In a modest village nestled between the rolling hills and vast savannas of Africa, there lived a woman named Amina. Amina was a woman of grace and resilience, with a heart as big as the African sky. She had deep, soulful eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of generations, and her skin glowed like the rich, dark soil of the land she called home. She was married to a man named Kwame, a kind-hearted and ambitious man. They had met during Amina's final year of school, and their love blossomed like a baobab tree in the rainy season. Kwame was a dreamer, always envisioning a better future for them. Though they started with nothing, their love and determination built a small, cozy home. Amina had dreams of her own. She longed to be a nurse, to care for the sick and the needy. She had excelled in her studies and even secured a scholarship to study in South Africa. However, Kwame was uneasy about her being away for such a long time. "Let me go to school first, Amina," Kwame had pleaded. "Once we are financially stable, I promise, I will send you to school." Amina, ever understanding and supportive, agreed. She believed in Kwame's potential and knew that his success would pave the way for her dreams. Their marriage was filled with laughter and love, even though they faced hardships. Amina made countless sacrifices, ensuring they lived frugally so that Kwame could afford his school fees.
Thank you all for your wonderful comments in our previous video. We highly appreciate you and do not take your support for granted. Special shout out to Tamika, Veronica, Israeli and Gretchen. Thank you for your engaging comments. Now go to the story.
She wore the same clothes for years and sometimes went without food so that her husband could focus on his studies. Amina would often wake up before dawn, preparing goods to sell in the bustling streets of Nairobi. She sold handmade crafts and fruits, her spirit unbroken by the scorching sun or the long hours. She did all this with a smile, for she knew that better days were coming. And indeed, Kwame graduated and secured his first job. It wasn't much, but it was a start, and Amina's heart swelled with pride. "Honey," Amina said one evening, her voice soft and hopeful, "I think it's time I look for a job. I want to contribute to help build our future." Kwame, who had just returned from work, frowned. "Amina, you are a queen. I don't want you working. Stay home and raise our children. That is your place." Amina's heart sank, but she nodded, not wanting to upset him. She dreamt of independence, of making a difference, but she respected Kwame's wishes. Over time, Kwame's career began to flourish. He earned more money and started to change. He became distant and often criticized Amina for her simplicity. Kwame's criticisms began subtly. "Why don't you ever dress up?" he would ask, eyeing her worn-out clothes. "You are not up to my class anymore, Amina," he would say, his eyes cold and judgmental. "Look at you. You are so plain. You don't fit into my new world." Amina was hurt but kept silent. She knew she had sacrificed much for Kwame, but his words cut deep. Her love for him never wavered, and she continued to support him in every way possible. However, Kwame's behavior grew worse. He started an affair with a woman from work, a glamorous woman named Zainab, who was everything Amina was not: flashy, bold, and ambitious. Amina, desperate to please, went to the market, using what little money she had to buy new outfits. But no matter what she wore, Kwame would always find something wrong. His words cut deeper each time, slowly chipping away at her self-esteem. Kwame's affair was not a well-kept secret. Amina noticed the late nights, the secretive phone calls, and the lipstick stains on his collar. Her heart shattered more with each discovery, yet she clung to the hope that her marriage would survive. In her desperation, Amina began to disguise herself and follow Kwame, hoping to understand what he saw in the other woman. Maybe if she could look like her, Kwame would love her again. Maybe if I started dressing like her, then Kwame's attention would come back to me, and he will get rid of this woman, thought Amina to herself. Zainab wanted Kwame to herself, and she kept pressurizing Kwame to leave his wife. Kwame kept telling her that his wife had been with him through thick and thin, and that he is the reason he is who he is. Zainab was relentless and was not going to let Kwame go. But Kwame, you told me that she is out of your league, and that you are no longer attracted to her, so you cannot stay with her just because you feel you owe her, Kwame, said Zainab. She got him and Kwame was his. Amina better find herself another husband, Zainab said to herself. Even when Amin and Kwame are walking the streets, he would always compare her with other women. Why can't you be more like her? Kwame said, comparing Amina to another woman who had her own shop. She works hard and looks good. You just laze around all day. Amina's heart broke anew. Was this all she was worth to him? Just a comparison to another woman. Amina's heart broke with each passing day, but she endured, holding on to the hope that Kwame would realize her worth. One evening, Amina gathered the courage to ask Kwame for money for groceries. His response was cold and brutal. Other women manage their own money and don't always ask their husbands. Even ordinary salt, you cannot buy with your own money? Amina argued back, her voice trembling. If you gave me an allowance for upkeep, I wouldn't need to ask you. But you're giving our money to another woman. Kwame's irritation was palpable. It's my money. I work hard for it so I can spend it however I want. If you worked, you'd understand. At the market, as she bought groceries, a vendor noticed her tears. The vendor asked Amina if she is okay. Amina, puzzled, said yes. She asked the vendor why she was asking, and the woman responded by telling her that tears are streaming down her face. Amina hadn't even realized she was crying. She lied, saying a family member was sick. The kind woman offered words of comfort, but Amina felt a deeper shame and sadness. Amina got home and she sank to the floor and cried. Amina was ashamed. Her father had warned her not to give up her dreams for Kwame's. He always pushed her. Even when she was young, he always taught her to stand on her own and not depend on anyone. When she finished high school, her parents were so proud of her. When she got that scholarship, they were over the moon. They even threw a celebration for her with the little money they had. They didn't have money, so she knew that whatever her parents used was all they had. Her father had taken loans from people just to get her through high school so she could qualify for that scholarship. He was so heartbroken when he found out Amina wanted to get married. He told her she will forget herself and she will forget her dreams, but Amina was in love. Her parents were different, her father actually. When other parents groomed their kids to be wives and taught them how to be good wives, Amina's father was teaching her about dreams. Amina did not know why her father had so much faith in her and was not even sure he believed half of the things he told her, but he made sure she knew her worth and that she knew that she was more than just a girl waiting to be someone's wife, which is why it was harder to convince him when Kwame asked for her hand in marriage. Amina begged him for months, and the only reason he let her get married was because he made her promise not to stop pursuing her dreams. Oh, she had made that promise with such conviction, and she was not lying because she genuinely believed she would not give up her dreams for Kwame. She thought what she was doing was right. They were married, and they were supposed to support each other, and that is what she was doing. She was supporting him so in turn he could support her too, so why was it hard for him to do the same? She had promised him she would continue her education even as a married woman. But now, here she was, on the kitchen floor in despair. Her dreams sacrificed, her father's disappointment still haunting her. She remembered the day her father had come to see her off for her scholarship. He had found her sitting with Kwame. Kwame and Amina tried explaining why she couldn't go. The look of disappointment on her father's face was something she could never forget. He left her home and he never came back to this day. Here she was now on the floor. She cried while on that floor. Amina cried for her lost dreams and the shadow of herself she had become. She knew she could not even go home to face her parents. How will she go with the shame she carried? How will she go and tell her father that he was right and that she should not have given up her dreams? She couldn't go home and face her parents, especially her father. She had to fight for her marriage, she told herself, no matter how difficult it was. One day, Amina discovered she was pregnant. She saw this as a sign of a new beginning, a way to bring her and Kwame back together. She pictured Zainab in her head and told herself she will make sure she looks that way on Kwame's birthday. Kwame will fall in love with her again. He will remember the sacrifices she made for him and things will go back to normal. They will even be better this time, she told herself. Joy filled her heart, and she decided to keep the pregnancy a secret and tell Kwame on his birthday. Kwame's birthday came and Amina planned a special celebration, baking a cake and even getting a makeover to look her best. She felt that the baby would bring her and Kwame together. Once Kwame realizes I am pregnant, he will leave that woman. Nothing beats a baby, she thought. She went to the market, asking a stylish woman for fashion tips. On Kwame's birthday, Amina stood in their decorated living room, holding the cake with hope in her eyes. She had a new look and a new baby on the way, surely. This was the perfect combination to win back her husband's love. The evening arrived, and Amina, glowing with happiness, welcomed Kwame home. "Surprise!" she exclaimed, presenting the cake. "Happy birthday, my love." Kwame's face was stern. "I have something to say," he said, ignoring the cake and Amina's efforts. "I want a divorce. You have not worked a day in your life, and you will not get anything from me." Amina was stunned. "Kwame, please. I'm pregnant. I wanted to surprise you. I even got a makeover for you." Kwame sneered. "That is your problem, not mine." He walked out, returning moments later with Zainab, who carried her bags into their home. "This is my new wife," Kwame announced coldly. "Pack your bags and leave." Amina pleaded, tears streaming down her face, but Kwame was unmoved. Amina had tried everything to win back Kwame's love. She changed her appearance, adopted new habits, and even learned to disguise herself. But nothing seemed to work. Kwame's affair with Zainab continued unabated. In the early hours of the morning, while everyone slept, Amina gathered her courage. She left the house and traveled to Kwame's family, hoping they could intervene. She arrived at their village, her heart heavy with sorrow, and explained everything to Kwame's parents. "Please," she begged, her voice trembling, "talk to him. He has brought another woman into our home and wants to throw me out. I am carrying his child." Kwame's parents listened, their faces etched with concern and sadness. They promised to talk to him to try and make him see reason. Amina's heart ached, but she held on to a sliver of hope, praying that Kwame would come to his senses and remember the love they once shared. Amina's heart pounded as she traveled back to her home with Kwame's family. They had promised to intervene and talk sense into their son. When they arrived, they found Kwame and Zainab comfortably settled, laughing and enjoying their time together. Amina's heart sank further at the sight, but she remained determined to fight for her marriage and her unborn child. "Amina, what's going on?" Kwame's mother, Nana, demanded, her voice sharp. "Kwame, we need to talk," Amina said, her voice trembling. "You can't just throw me out like this. I'm your wife, and I'm pregnant with your child." Nana looked at her son, a frown creasing her brow. "Is this true, Kwame? You brought another woman into your home." Kwame shrugged, his expression indifferent. "Mother, Amina is no longer in my league. I've moved on, and she needs to accept that." Seeing that Kwame's parents were not able to get through to him, Amina made the difficult decision to involve her own family, hoping the combined effort of both families could resolve the issue. It was a last resort, and she was terrified of the shame it might bring. Amina hadn't seen her parents since the day her father came to fetch her for her scholarship, only to be told she had chosen marriage over education. As she traveled to her village, fear and uncertainty gnawed at her. She rehearsed her words, trying to find the courage to face her father's disappointment. Arriving at her childhood home, she found her parents sitting quietly. Her mother looked frail, and her father's stern expression did not soften at the sight of her. Taking a deep breath, she explained everything that had happened, from Kwame's affair to her desperate attempts to save her marriage. She begged them to come back with her, to help her talk to Kwame and his family. Her father, Musa, was unmoved. "I took loans to put you through school, loans I am still paying off today. You chose a man over your own future, and now you want me to help you destroy yourself further." His words were harsh, but they reflected the deep hurt and disappointment he felt. Amina wept, her tears a silent plea for her father's forgiveness and support. She told them she was pregnant, hoping this news might soften their hearts. Fatima's eyes filled with tears, and even Musa's stern expression faltered. Amina's mother, Fatima, could not bear to see her daughter in such pain. Despite her own disappointment, she pleaded with Musa to reconsider. "She is our child, Musa. We have to help her." Amina's heart broke as she saw the pain in her father's eyes. She had made a promise to him, and she had failed to keep it. But she needed him now more than ever. Fatima continued to beg, and finally Musa relented. "Fine," he said, his voice heavy with resignation. "We will go with you. But understand this, Amina, you must fight for your own future. This is the last time I will intervene." Amina nodded, tears streaming down her face. She knew this was her last chance to make things right. The path ahead was uncertain, but Amina knew she had to fight for her marriage, her child, and her own self-worth. With her parents by her side, she felt a glimmer of hope. The future was still unclear, but for the first time in a long while, Amina felt the strength to face it. Back in the city, Amina's parents joined her at Kwame's family home. Her parents, their faces etched with concern and determination. Her father, Musa, stood tall, his weathered face hard with anger. Her mother, Fatima, leaned heavily on a cane, her frail body trembling with the effort of standing. They gathered in Amina's modest living room, the tension palpable. "Kwame," Musa began, his voice stern, "you can't do this to Amina. She stood by you when you had nothing. She sacrificed everything for you." Kwame's family was quick to voice their support for him. His mother, a stern woman with piercing eyes, spoke first. "Amina, you are no longer in Kwame's league. You have always been too controlling, and we never liked you. It's time for you to move on. Now, Kwame has found someone more suitable." Fatima stepped forward, her voice weak but determined. "Our daughter is pregnant. She needs her husband. This isn't right." Amina, her voice trembling, pleaded with them. "Please, I am pregnant. I need Kwame to support me through this. I don't work because he didn't want me to. How will I survive?" Kwame's father, a man of few words, finally spoke. "You will not be the first woman to raise a child alone. You must leave." Amina's heart broke further. The argument grew more heated, and despite her family's pleas, Kwame remained unmoved. He and his family began packing Amina's clothes and throwing them outside. She fought to stay, clinging to the hope that Kwame would change his mind. But they overpowered her, dragging her out of the house. Her family picked her clothes up, trying to console her, but Amina was not ready to give up. She fought to stay inside the house, but Kwame and his family overpowered her again, forcing her out. As Amina's family gathered her scattered belongings, Musa glared at his daughter. "I told you not to give up that scholarship," he said bitterly. "I raised you to be independent, but you threw it all away for a man." Amina's tears fell freely. She knew her father was right, but the sting of his words added to her already unbearable pain. With a heavy heart, Amina picked up the remaining clothes from the yard and left with her family. They returned to her parents' home, a small, humble abode. Back at her family's modest home, Amina felt the weight of her decisions crushing her. She had no money, no job, and now no husband. "I warned you, Amina," her father said, his voice thick with bitterness. "I told you not to give up that scholarship. I wanted you to be an independent woman, but you chose this path." Amina, devastated and ashamed, could only cry. Her dreams of becoming a nurse seemed more distant than ever. She had hoped to make her parents proud, but now all she felt was their disappointment. In the weeks that followed, Amina tried desperately to find work. She went door to door, offering to do laundry or any odd jobs. But her growing belly made it difficult. Pregnant and heartbroken, she faced rejection after rejection. The village whispered about her, a woman who had failed to keep her husband and was now struggling to survive. Her family's financial situation was dire, her father's earnings as a fisherman barely enough to feed them. When the divorce papers arrived, Amina's heart sank even further. Kwame had divorced her without her knowledge, leaving her with nothing. Her world darkened with regret and despair. The burden of supporting her sick mother, her younger siblings, and now her unborn child weighed heavily on her. Months drifted by, and Amina's situation showed no signs of improvement. The weight of her father's disappointment was a daily burden, a constant reminder of the dreams she had sacrificed. When she gave birth to a beautiful baby boy, whom she named Juma, her heart swelled with both love and sorrow. She sent messages to Kwame and his family, hoping they would at least come to see the child. But her hopes were dashed as none of them responded, leaving her to face motherhood alone. As the months passed and Juma grew, Amina's struggles only intensified. She moved from house to house, offering to do laundry and other chores, barely scraping together enough to survive. Her mother's health deteriorated rapidly, and her father's earnings remained insufficient to cover the growing medical expenses. The loans her father had taken to send her to school continued to haunt them, with interest piling up due to their inability to make regular payments. Amina's heart ached under the crushing weight of her family's expectations and her own unfulfilled dreams. She knew she had to keep working, even with an infant to care for, to help her father pay off the debts. When she was still married to Kwame, she used to send money to her parents to help out. But now, cut off from Kwame's financial support, their situation worsened dramatically. Resentment began to build in Amina's heart. She started to view Juma as a symbol of her betrayal and lost future. She resented him for the hardships his father had inflicted on her, believing that her life would have been more manageable if she only had to focus on her own struggles. Every time she looked at Juma, she saw Kwame and was reminded of the betrayal. She wished that Kwame had thrown her out before she got pregnant. Now she was alone, and Juma was her burden alone. Her parents helped where they could. Her father, though still bitter, loved his grandson and provided financial support whenever possible. This meant he often skipped his loan repayments, adding to the interest and the already heavy debt burden. Amina found herself trapped in a cycle of despair and desperation. Could life get any worse? She wondered, feeling hopeless. One night, Juma developed a high fever. Amina tried everything to bring it down, but nothing worked. Desperation took over as she sought out herbs and remedies from the village. But Juma's condition only worsened. She spent a sleepless night by his side, praying for a miracle. her heart filled with fear and sorrow. By morning, Juma was unusually quiet. Panic set in as Amina tried to wake him, but he remained still. Terrified, she rushed to the nearest medicine man, hoping he could help. The man examined Juma, his brow furrowing with concern. He struggled to wake the child and finally suggested that Amina take him to the hospital. The journey to the hospital felt interminable. Amina held Juma close, her eyes never leaving his still form. Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat a painful reminder of her fear. She thought of all the times she had harbored negative feelings towards her son, blaming him for his father's sins. Guilt gnawed at her, mingling with her terror. She rushed him to the hospital, her heart in her throat. She rushed inside, explaining Juma's condition to the nurses with urgency in her voice. They took him from her arms, and she was left in the waiting room, her mind racing with worry. The doctors worked on Juma for hours, but the news was grim. Her son was not breathing, and they struggled to revive him. Amina's world shattered once more when the doctors told her Juma's chances were slim. Desperate, Amina tried to contact Kwame, but found he had blocked her. She looked at her tiny baby, heartbroken. His weight was low, a result of her inability to afford the amount of food he needed. She sat in the hospital, tears streaming down her face, feeling utterly alone. A week passed, and Juma's condition did not improve. The doctors suggested turning off the machines, but Amina refused, clinging to hope. The doctors explained that their small hospital lacked the necessary equipment to help Juma properly. They told her that her baby needed a specialist, and their village did not have one. The specialist services would require money, but the doctors promised to do the best they could. With her son's life on the line, Amina swallowed her pride and decided to go to Kwame's home to beg for money to save their son. She arrived at his grand gate and pounded on the door until Kwame appeared. "Kwame, our son is dying. He needs a specialist. Please help us." Kwame's face was cold. "That's not my problem, Amina. You wanted to keep the child, so he's your responsibility now." Amina's heart sank. She couldn't believe the man she once loved and sacrificed so much for could be so heartless. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled to find the words. "Kwame, please. He's your son too. He's innocent in all of this. How can you turn your back on him?" Kwame shrugged, indifferent. "I've moved on, Amina. You should too." Amina stood there, feeling the weight of the world crushing her. Her pleas fell on deaf ears as Kwame turned away, closing the door behind him. Amina's heart shattered as Kwame's cruel words echoed in her mind. She walked away, feeling the weight of despair crushing her spirit. Distracted and distraught, she wandered into traffic and was hit by a speeding car. The driver, in a cowardly act, fled the scene, leaving Amina unconscious on the road. As the first rays of the sun kissed the horizon, Amina's eyes fluttered open in the hospital bed. The sterile white walls seemed to close in around her as the memory of her son's critical condition came flooding back. Panic gripped her heart as she struggled to sit up, desperate to get to her child. The doctors tried to calm her, but she was relentless, her motherly instincts driving her to the edge. A kind man stood by her bed, watching her with concern. He introduced himself as Diallo, the man who had found her and brought her to the hospital. "You were lying on the road, badly hurt. I couldn't just leave you there," he explained. Diallo visited her every day, worried for her well-being. Amina's first thought was of Juma. "I need to see my son," she said urgently. "Please, tell the doctors to let me go." The doctors insisted she stay, citing the severity of her injuries. Seeing her desperation, Diallo offered to check on Juma for her. He went to the hospital with a note from Amina's doctors, his heart heavy with a sense of impending doom. At the hospital, Diallo learned the devastating news. Juma had passed away. A nurse explained that despite their best efforts, they were unable to save him. Diallo's heart sank as he realized he would have to relay this heart-wrenching news to Amina. He left his contact information for Amina's family, ensuring they would be informed of her condition, and returned to her side, his steps heavy with sorrow. Diallo, a widower who knew the depths of grief all too well, had been on his way to a business meeting when he witnessed the tragic accident that left Amina unconscious. His mind raced back to the darkest day of his life, the day he lost his wife and unborn child in a car crash. The pain of that loss was still raw, and he couldn't bear the thought of anyone else enduring the same agony. As he sat in his car, the memories of his wife and the unfulfilled dreams they shared flooded his mind. He thought about how broken he had been, how lost and desolate. It was this empathy, this profound understanding of grief, that compelled him to stop and help Amina. He knew he had to be the bearer of devastating news, and the weight of it pressed heavily on his heart. Diallo returned to the hospital with a heavy heart. As he entered Amina's room, he saw the look of hope and fear on her face, and he couldn't gather the courage to tell her the devastating news about her son. Instead, he lied and told her that Juma was fine, and that he had informed the hospital staff about her situation. Amina's anxiety seemed to ease a bit as she believed her child was safe. Diallo, fearing he might eventually reveal the truth in a moment of weakness, decided to leave, promising her that he would be back soon. Over the next few days, Diallo visited the hospital where Juma's body lay, pleading with the staff to keep the baby and assuring them that he would cover any costs incurred. He wanted to give Amina the chance to see her child one last time before any decisions about burial were made. The hospital staff, moved by his compassion and understanding, agreed to his request. Diallo's visits to Amina became more frequent. He would sit by her side, offering comfort and solace, trying to lift her spirits without revealing the truth that weighed so heavily on his heart. Each time he left her room, he would head straight to the other hospital, ensuring everything was being taken care of, making arrangements for Juma's eventual burial in a way that Amina could have her moment to say goodbye. Amina, still weak from her own injuries, drew strength from Diallo's presence. She believed that her baby was alive and recovering, and that hope became her anchor. Diallo, tormented by his own grief and the lie he had told, found himself caught in a web of his own making. He knew he couldn't keep the truth from her forever, but he also couldn't bear to shatter her fragile hope. A week went by, and Amina, driven by a mother's determination, insisted on leaving the hospital to see her son. Despite the doctor's objections, she was adamant, and they reluctantly discharged her against medical advice. Diallo, ever the supportive presence, offered to take her to the hospital where Juma was supposedly being treated. As they drove, Diallo's conscience weighed heavily on him. He knew he couldn't continue the charade any longer. Gently, he stopped the car and turned to Amina, his eyes filled with sorrow and compassion. "Amina, I have to tell you something," he began, his voice trembling. "Your son, he passed away. I didn't tell you right away because I feared the news would hinder your healing." Amina's world crumbled. Her wails of grief echoed in the car, a raw, heart-wrenching sound that spoke of unimaginable loss and regret. She lamented that she had been a bad mother, too focused on her own problems to cherish her son properly. Diallo held her, his heart breaking alongside hers, promising to support her through this ordeal. They continued to the hospital, where Amina, her heart heavy with sorrow, asked to see her child. The staff, puzzled by her request, informed them that her son had pulled through. Amina and Diallo were stunned. It turned out that there had been a mix-up due to a nurse's error, and her son was, in fact, alive. Overwhelmed with relief, Amina rushed to her baby's side, tears of joy streaming down her face. She promised Juma that she would be a better mother, cherishing every moment they had together. Diallo, equally relieved, shared in her joy. The doctors kept Juma for another week to monitor his progress, and Diallo visited every day, becoming a comforting and familiar presence. When Juma was finally discharged, Diallo was there to take them home. During their interactions, Diallo asked about Juma's father, and Amina shared her heartbreaking story. Diallo was stunned, unable to comprehend how someone could abandon their child in such a dire situation. Diallo continued to visit Amina and Juma, gradually becoming a father figure to the little boy. He helped Amina secure a job, and her life slowly began to improve. Amina, ever diligent, saved money with the aim of opening a business. Diallo offered financial assistance, but Amina, determined to be independent, graciously refused, not wanting to depend on another man. As time passed, Amina's relationship with her father began to heal. He saw the effort and determination she was putting into rebuilding her life, and his pride in her slowly returned. She was a changed woman, stronger and more resilient, and her father couldn't help but respect her tenacity. Amina's appreciation for Juma deepened. She realized that her son was not a burden but a source of strength and motivation. She made sure he was well taken care of, and every day she reminded herself of the promise she had made to him. Juma became her anchor, her reason to strive for a better future. She was determined to prove to herself and her family that she could rise above her circumstances and achieve the dreams she had once set aside. With each passing day, she grew stronger, more confident, and more determined to create a life filled with hope and possibility. Determined to prove to herself and her family that she could rise above her circumstances, Amina worked tirelessly. With each passing day, she grew stronger, more confident, and more determined to create a life filled with hope and possibility. Her journey was far from over, but she faced the future with a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that she had the strength to overcome any obstacle and achieve the dreams she had once set aside. Amina worked hard at her job and had saved enough to start her business. One evening, as she sat exhausted after a long day of work, Juma toddled over to her, his innocent eyes sparkling with joy. He handed her a small flower he had picked from the yard. Tears welled up in Amina's eyes as she took the flower from his tiny hand. In that moment, she realized that Juma was not just a reminder of her past, but a beacon of hope for her future. Amina, through her hard work, secured a meeting with a potential investor, and Diallo accompanied her. At the meeting, she saw her ex-husband, Kwame. Panic set in, but Diallo calmed her, encouraging her to focus on her son's future. Amina delivered a stellar presentation, answering Kwame's probing questions confidently. Kwame kept asking Amina questions in hope of embarrassing her. Impressed, the investors agreed to work with her, and her business began to thrive. Kwame, shocked by Amina's transformation, tried to reconnect, hoping to reignite a spark. He reached out with invitations to lunch and offers of help, but Amina kept their interactions strictly professional. Her focus was on her business and her son, leaving no room for distractions. One sunny afternoon at the park, Kwame saw Amina with Diallo and Juma. They looked like a happy family, laughing and playing together. His heart ached with regret as he watched them from a distance. His current wife, Zainab, noticed his distraction and grew angry, sensing his lingering feelings for Amina. During this outing, a momentous event unfolded. Diallo, with a mix of excitement and nervousness, proposed to Amina. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she accepted, their happiness radiating. Kwame, unable to stay away, approached the group and tried to introduce himself to Juma as his father. Amina's expression hardened. "You lost your son when you refused to help him in the hospital," she said firmly. "This is our family now." She and Diallo walked away, leaving Kwame and his furious wife behind. Amina, filled with happiness and hope, went to tell her family the good news. She was eager to share her success and newfound happiness, hoping to make her family proud. She told her parents about the business she had started and assured them that their lives would improve. Her promise to build them a better house brought tears of joy to their eyes. Work was flourishing, and Amina was now in a better financial position. She provided a comfortable life for her family, something she had always dreamed of. Diallo, the ever-supportive partner, officially asked for Amina's hand in marriage. Her father, seeing the genuine love and respect Diallo had for his daughter, gave his blessing. The wedding was a beautiful, intimate affair. Surrounded by loved ones, Amina and Diallo exchanged vows, promising to love and support each other through all of life's challenges. Amina's parents, filled with pride and joy, celebrated their daughter's resilience and newfound happiness. Kwame's personal life was unraveling. Every day, he was haunted by the life he had thrown away, filled with regret and loneliness. Zainab, his current wife, noticed his growing detachment and blamed Amina for their marriage's troubles. Desperate to save her marriage, Zainab vowed to make Amina pay. She knew she needed a plan to eliminate Amina from their lives permanently. Kwame's frequent attempts to contact Amina only fueled Zainab's suspicions. Amina, committed to transparency, told her husband Diallo each time Kwame reached out. Zainab, convinced that Amina and Kwame were having an affair, shared her suspicions with a close friend. Together, they decided to confront Amina directly. One afternoon, Zainab and her friend stormed into Amina's business. Without giving her a chance to explain, they launched a vicious attack, accusing her of ruining Zainab's marriage. Amina, taken aback and unable to comprehend the sudden assault, quickly called Diallo to inform him of what had happened. Diallo was livid. He stormed to Kwame's workplace, demanding that he control his wife. "Tell your wife to stay away from Amina," Diallo shouted, his voice filled with fury. Kwame, equally angry, returned home to confront Zainab. "How could you embarrass me like that?" Kwame yelled as he walked through the door. "You know I don't get along with Diallo, yet you saw fit to humiliate me in front of him. Amina is a better woman than you could ever be. She doesn't take other people's husbands." Zainab was left in tears, realizing the gravity of the situation. She sat down, her mind racing. She knew her problems were bigger than ever. Losing Kwame was not an option for her. She had grown accustomed to a lavish lifestyle and was not willing to let another woman take it away from her. Determined to keep her marriage and protect her lifestyle, Zainab began to plot her next move. She vowed that no matter what it took, she would ensure that Kwame stayed with her. Amina, meanwhile, focused on her family and business, unaware of the brewing storm. As Zainab contemplated her next steps, Kwame's mind was filled with thoughts of Amina. He often found himself daydreaming about the life he could have had. The contrast between his past happiness and his present turmoil was stark, driving him further into despair. Despite the tension, Amina and Diallo's life continued to flourish. They expanded their business, enjoying the fruits of their labor. Amina was finally living the life she had dreamed of, surrounded by love and success. But the shadow of Zainab's resolve loomed large. She was determined to reclaim her husband's affection and secure her place in his life. With cunning and desperation, She began to lay the groundwork for her plan, setting in motion a chain of events that would test the strength of Amina and Diallo's bond. Zainab was pacing back and forth in her living room, the ornate decor and luxurious furnishings doing little to soothe her frayed nerves. She felt a gnawing sense of panic every time she looked at Kwame, who seemed increasingly distant and preoccupied. The man she once knew as attentive and loving now seemed like a stranger, his mind clearly elsewhere. Desperate for advice and support, Zainab decided to confide in her closest friend, Aisha. That afternoon, Zainab made her way to Aisha's house, a modest but cozy home filled with warmth and the smell of freshly brewed tea. As soon as Zainab walked in, Aisha could sense something was deeply troubling her friend. They sat down at the kitchen table, the soft clinking of teacups the only sound breaking the silence. "Aisha, I don't know what to do," Zainab began, her voice trembling with emotion. "Kwame is slipping away from me. Every day he seems more distant. I feel like I'm losing him, and I don't know how to get him back." Aisha reached out, placing a comforting hand on Zainab's arm. "Zainab, you have to calm down. We'll figure this out together. Tell me everything." Zainab took a deep breath and started recounting the recent changes in Kwame's behavior, how he seemed preoccupied, how he would sometimes mention Amina's name in passing, and how it was clear that his thoughts were elsewhere, far from their marriage. "I've tried everything, Aisha. I've tried being more attentive, cooking his favorite meals, even dressing up more, but nothing seems to work. He's always distracted, always thinking about her." Aisha nodded thoughtfully, her brow furrowed. "Zainab, it sounds like Kwame is emotionally involved with Amina again. But this doesn't mean your marriage is over. You need to take control of the situation." Zainab's eyes filled with tears. "I don't know what to do. Can't lose him. I love him so much, and I can't bear the thought of him going back to Amina." Aisha's expression hardened with determination. "Listen, Zainab. The problem here is not Kwame. It's Amina. She's the one who's coming between you and your husband. If you want to save your marriage, you need to remove her from the picture." Zainab looked up, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "You really think that's the solution?" Aisha nodded firmly. "Absolutely. Kwame is still your husband, and you have every right to fight for your marriage. But you need a plan, a strategy to make sure Amina is out of the way for good." Zainab sat back, considering Aisha's words. The idea of getting rid of Amina seemed drastic, but she was desperate. "What kind of plan are we talking about?" Aisha leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "We need to make sure Amina is so busy with her own problems that she won't have time to even think about Kwame. We could start by spreading some rumors, creating some trouble for her business. Make her life so chaotic that she won't be a threat to your marriage anymore." Zainab nodded slowly, her mind racing. "That sounds like a good start, but I don't want to do anything illegal or too extreme." Aisha squeezed her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, Zainab. We'll be smart about this. We'll make sure everything we do is subtle, untraceable. We just need to make Amina's life difficult enough that she backs off from Kwame." Feeling a renewed sense of purpose, Zainab stood up. "Okay, let's do this. But I need to go home now. I'll come back tomorrow, and we can plan this out in detail." Aisha smiled, a calculating glint in her eyes. "Perfect. Take care of yourself, Zainab. Remember, we're doing this to protect your marriage." As Zainab left Aisha's house, she felt a mix of emotions: fear, determination, and a glimmer of hope. She knew the road ahead would be challenging, but she was willing to do whatever it took to keep Kwame by her side. With Aisha's support, she was confident they could come up with a plan to make sure Amina was no longer a threat to her marriage. Meanwhile, Kwame, during his lunch break, decided to visit Amina's business under the guise of buying something. As he approached the familiar storefront, his heart raced with a mix of anxiety and nostalgia. The small shop was bustling with activity, a testament to Amina's hard work and dedication. Through the glass windows, he could see her gracefully moving around, attending to customers with a warm smile that had always captivated him. Kwame walked into Amina's bustling shop, his heart pounding as he observed her from a distance. The shop was filled with customers, the sound of their chatter blending with the hum of everyday life. Amina moved gracefully between them, her smile warm and genuine as she helped each person with their purchases. She seemed completely in her element, radiating confidence and competence. The sweet scent of freshly baked goods and the vibrant colors of handmade crafts filled the air. Amina was behind the counter, skillfully wrapping a purchase for an elderly woman. Her hands moved with practiced ease, a testament to years of diligence and perseverance. Kwame couldn't help but admire her. He found a spot near the back, pretending to browse the shelves, but his eyes were fixed on Amina. She was radiant, her presence commanding respect and admiration. Her laughter, light and genuine, echoed through the shop as she exchanged pleasantries with her customers. She had always been beautiful, but now there was a new confidence in her demeanor, a glow that spoke of fulfillment and success. Kwame's mind drifted back to the early days of their relationship. He remembered the first time he saw her, how her laughter had drawn him in, how her kindness and generosity had sealed his affection. He thought about the countless nights she had stayed up with him, poring over his textbooks, encouraging him to keep going when he wanted to give up. She had been his rock, his unwavering support. They had quickly fallen in love, and Amina had been his rock through some of the toughest times in his life. One memory in particular stood out. It was a cold, rainy evening, and they had just enough money for either a meal or the book Kwame needed for his studies. Amina, with her usual grace, had insisted he buy the book. "We'll figure something out," she had said with a reassuring smile. That night, she had managed to scrounge up enough ingredients to make a simple but hearty meal. He remembered the warmth of the food, the warmth of her love, and how she never made him feel less of a man for not being able to provide. Every day when he came home from his classes, there would be a warm plate of food waiting for him. She never complained, never made him feel inadequate. She respected him and his dreams, even when it meant sacrificing her own comfort. The weight of those memories hit him hard as he watched her now, the woman she had become, successful, independent, still as beautiful as ever. Her beauty had always been undeniable, but what truly set her apart was her heart. The way she treated him with kindness and respect, even when he felt like he had nothing to offer. As he watched her now, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had thrown away a good woman, a woman who had sacrificed so much for him. How did he end up here, with a life full of regrets and a wife who only seemed to care about money and status? Zainab's reckless spending and constant complaints about their financial situation were a stark contrast to Amina's selflessness and resilience. Kwame knew he deserved whatever was happening to him. He had made his bed, and now he had to lie in it. But seeing Amina like this, successful and happy, brought back a flood of emotions. He wanted to make things right, to find some way to reconnect with the woman he once loved. When the shop had finally quieted down, and Amina was free, Kwame gathered his courage and approached the counter. "Amina," he began, his voice soft, "I just wanted to congratulate you on your success. You've come so far, and I'm truly happy for you." Amina looked up, her expression unreadable. "Thank you, Kwame," she said, her tone polite but distant. "But if you're here to cause trouble, I'd prefer you leave. Your wife has already done enough damage." Kwame shook his head. "No, that's not why I'm here. I wanted to apologize for Zainab's behavior. It was unacceptable, and I'm truly sorry. Amina nodded, her eyes softening slightly. Thank you for the apology, but I can't have this kind of disruption in my life. I need peace, for myself and my family. Just as she was about to turn away, Kwame's voice trembled with vulnerability. Do you ever miss me, Amina? Do you ever think about what we had? Amina froze, her back to him. She took a deep breath before turning around. Her eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and resolve. Kwame, what part are you asking if I miss? Or do you mean the part where I gave up my dreams for you, ruined my relationship with my parents because I believed in you? Or the part where I had to beg for our survival while you studied? What do you mean, Kwame? She asked, her voice tight. Do I miss you comparing me to other women and making me feel less of a woman for not wearing fancy clothes? Or maybe you're asking if I miss the time you threw me out when I was pregnant and brought another woman into our home. Or the part where my son was dying and you refused to help. Which part are you asking about, Kwame? Kwame stood there, speechless. He hadn't expected such a raw and honest response. He tried to find the words, anything that might bridge the chasm between them. I mean, the times when we were happy, when you supported me, respected me, even when I couldn't provide. You made me feel like I was enough. Amina's eyes hardened. Why are you telling me this, Kwame? I know what I did. I lived through it. I was the one who went begging door to door, asking people if I could do their laundry just to support my son. I was the one who had to face my parents' disappointment after giving up a promising future for you. Don't try to filter my memories. I was there. Kwame tried to respond, but he couldn't find the words. The weight of her truth was too heavy, the reality of what he had done too stark. Just then, the door swung open, and Zainab and her friend walked in. Zainab's face twisted in anger when she saw Kwame. So, this is where you spend your time, she spat. I went to your office to surprise you, and they said you were out. My friend said you might be here, and here you are with this woman. Zainab began shouting at Amina, accusing her of trying to steal her husband. Amina, ever composed, simply shook her head. I don't want your husband, Zainab. He is yours and yours alone. Please leave my shop. My customers deserve peace when they come here. She turned to Kwame, her voice calm but firm. Thank you, Kwame, for what you did. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have met my husband. I wouldn't be as resilient as I am now. What you did made me stronger and smarter. I have a business, a beautiful family, and a life I love. If I had stayed with you, I wouldn't be the woman I am today. Zainab looked at Amina, her eyes narrowing. You think you're so much better, don't you? She hissed. Thank you for ruining my marriage and pushing my husband away. Amina remained unfazed. No, Zainab, thank you. If you hadn't come into our lives, I wouldn't have seen that I was sacrificing my own happiness for someone who wouldn't do the same for me. Now, please, both of you, leave my shop. Kwame was speechless, his emotions a whirlwind of regret and shame. He turned to Zainab, his voice barely above a whisper. Let's go home. As they left, Amina's final words echoed in Kwame's mind. Thank you for doing what you did. If you hadn't, I wouldn't be the woman I am today. I wouldn't have met my husband, and I wouldn't be living my dream. You saved me from a life of sacrifice for someone who wouldn't do the same for me. Kwame walked away, feeling the full weight of his mistakes. Amina was right. She had become a resilient, successful woman because of what she had endured, and he had lost her. Zainab, still fuming, followed him out, her mind racing with the next steps she would take. As the door closed behind them, Amina took a deep breath, feeling a sense of closure. She had faced her past, and she was stronger for it. Late that night, Amina confided in Diallo about the unsettling events involving Kwame and Zainab at her shop. She described Kwame's unexpected visit, his attempts to rekindle a connection, and Zainab's subsequent confrontation. Diallo listened intently, his concern deepening with each word. He could sense the stress these encounters had caused Amina, and he felt a growing protectiveness over her and their family. Over the next week, Kwame persisted in visiting Amina's shop, but he never managed to catch her there. Amina, determined to steer clear of any more confrontations, threw herself into her business. She spent her days sourcing new products and refining her inventory, focusing on expanding her offerings and improving the shop's appeal. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day, Amina and Diallo settled into their cozy living room, a sanctuary of warmth and love. The soft glow of the lamps cast a golden hue over the room, highlighting the framed photos on the walls that chronicled their journey together. Juma, their energetic and playful son, was on the floor, surrounded by an array of colorful toys. His laughter, pure and infectious, filled the space, creating a comforting background melody. Amina, reclining comfortably on the couch, watched Juma with a smile. She then turned to Diallo, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "The business is doing so well," she began, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. "I've been thinking about some new products we could introduce. I think our customers would love that." Diallo, always supportive and eager to help, nodded thoughtfully. "That sounds like a fantastic idea, Amina. We could also think about expanding." As they brainstormed, bouncing ideas off each other, Amina felt a wave of gratitude. Diallo's unwavering support had been a pillar of strength for her. She reached out and squeezed his hand. "I'm so grateful for you, Diallo. Your support means everything to me." Diallo smiled, his eyes reflecting the depth of his love for her. "We're a team, Amina. I'm proud of you and all you've achieved. I believe in you always." After a pause, Amina's expression turned more serious. "I've been feeling a bit off these past few days," she admitted. "I thought it was just the stress from the business, but it's been lingering." Diallo's brow furrowed with concern. "You should see a doctor, Amina, just to make sure everything is okay. Better to be safe." Amina nodded, appreciating his concern. "You're right. I'll make an appointment first thing tomorrow." The next morning, Amina visited the doctor. The clinic was bustling, but the staff were kind and efficient. After a brief wait, she was called into the examination room. The doctor, a warm and reassuring woman, conducted a thorough checkup. "Congratulations, Amina," the doctor said with a smile. "You're pregnant." Amina's heart skipped a beat. Pregnant. The word echoed in her mind, filling her with a mix of excitement and disbelief. "Are you sure?" she asked, her voice trembling. The doctor nodded. "Yes, you're about 8 weeks along. Everything looks good. You should schedule a follow-up appointment to start your prenatal care." Leaving the clinic, Amina's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. She could hardly wait to share the news with Diallo. She called him immediately, her voice bubbling with excitement. "Diallo, I have the most amazing news. We're going to have another baby." Diallo's reaction was immediate and jubilant. "Amina, that's incredible. I can't believe it. We're going to have another child." They decided to celebrate that evening. Diallo planned a special dinner, complete with Amina's favorite dishes. He even arranged for a small cake, inscribed with the words, "Congratulations, Mommy and Daddy." As Amina locked the shop door, her thoughts lingered on the wonderful news she had received that day. She couldn't wait to share it with Diallo and Juma. She imagined the joy on Juma's face when he learned he would be a big brother. Lost in these happy thoughts, she didn't notice the car speeding towards her until it screeched to a halt right in front of the shop. The sudden noise jolted her from her reverie. She turned, eyes wide with shock, as dark figures, dressed in black and with their faces covered, emerged from the vehicle. Panic surged through her veins, and she instinctively took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest. "Who are you? What do you want?" Amina's voice trembled as she tried to keep her fear at bay. The figures did not answer. Instead, they advanced towards her with terrifying determination. Amina screamed, hoping someone, anyone, would hear her. She struggled with all her might as they grabbed her, kicking and flailing, but their grip was too strong. Her screams were muffled by a rough hand over her mouth, and she was forced into the van. As the van sped away, Amina's thoughts were a whirlwind of terror and confusion. She thought of Diallo, of Juma, of the unborn child she had just learned about. What would happen to them if something happened to her? She prayed silently, her mind racing, trying to stay calm and think of a way out. Back at home, Diallo was pacing. It was unlike Amina to be this late without calling. He had tried her phone several times, each ring going unanswered. Anxiety gnawed at him. Juma, sensing his father's distress, clung to him, his small hand clutching Diallo's shirt. "Where's Mama?" Juma's innocent question cut through Diallo's worry like a knife. "She's probably just busy, buddy, but we're going to check on her. Okay?" Diallo tried to sound reassuring, but he couldn't hide the concern in his eyes. They drove to the shop in tense silence. As they approached, Diallo's stomach dropped at the sight of Amina's bag on the ground. He parked the car hurriedly and ran to the door, Juma in his arms. The shop was eerily quiet. He picked up Amina's bag. His hands trembling, he dialed Amina's number. Diallo answered, his voice shaking. "Amina," but it wasn't Amina. The silence on the other end of the line was chilling. Diallo's heart raced, and a sense of dread enveloped him. He knew then that something terrible had happened. Desperation and determination flooded his senses. Diallo looked around frantically, hoping for a clue, a sign of where they had taken her. He hugged Juma tightly, whispering reassurances to his son while his mind raced. "Stay strong, Amina. I'm coming for you," he vowed under his breath. He couldn't lose her, not now, not ever. She kept asking who they were and where they were taking her, but the figures remained silent. The unknown was terrifying, and her thoughts spun wildly as she tried to make sense of what was happening. She had no known enemies, and she couldn't fathom who would want to harm her. Her mind raced, struggling to make sense of this sudden and violent upheaval. She thought back over the past few weeks, searching for any hint of danger, any sign of an enemy, but she found none. Her life had been filled with happiness, her days busy with the shop and her nights warm with the love of her family. Who could possibly want to harm her? She briefly considered Kwame, but quickly dismissed the thought. Despite everything that had happened between them, she knew Kwame wasn't bold enough to orchestrate something like this. He had his flaws, but this level of violence and audacity wasn't in his nature. As the figures moved around her, one of them pulled a rough cloth over her head, cutting off her sight and plunging her into darkness. The musty fabric smelled faintly of sweat and fear, intensifying her sense of helplessness. She could feel the car accelerating, the hum of the engine vibrating through the seat beneath her. With no way to see where they were going, her other senses heightened, the sounds of the road and the muted voices of her captors becoming sharper. Amina considered Zainab. She had noticed Zainab's instability, but she believed Kwame would never let his wife harm her. So who could be behind this? Then, a shift happened within her. Fear began to morph into determination. She wasn't the same woman she had been when she was with Kwame. Back then, she had felt helpless, dependent on others for her happiness and survival. She was now Diallo's wife, and he had shown her that she didn't need saving. She was strong and resilient, and she wasn't going to let anyone take her newfound happiness away. Her thoughts turned inward, drawing strength from her past experiences. Growing up in the village, She had learned to carry heavy loads on her head, a skill that had strengthened her neck and back muscles. She decided that if it came to a fight, she would use every ounce of strength she had. She began to mentally prepare herself, going over potential moves and strategies in her mind. If they intended to kill her, she was determined to take at least one of them down with her. Amina steadied her breathing, forcing herself to remain calm and focused. She replayed Diallo's words of encouragement in her mind. He had always told her that she was a fighter, that her spirit was unbreakable. She clung to those words now, using them as a shield against the fear threatening to overwhelm her. She wasn't just thinking of herself. She thought of Diallo, of Juma, and the life growing inside her. They were her reason to fight, to survive. Determined not to be a passive victim, Amina shifted subtly in her seat, testing the strength of the restraints on her wrists and ankles. They were tight, but not unbreakable. She took note of the rough texture of the cloth covering her head, trying to gauge how tightly it was secured and if there was any way to slip it off. Her breathing steadied, and she began to take slow, deliberate breaths, focusing on calming her mind and readying her body. She listened carefully, trying to pick up any clues from the sounds around her. The car's engine roared as it sped along, the tires occasionally crunching over gravel or hitting bumps in the road. She counted the seconds, marking time in her head, trying to get a sense of how far they had traveled. As the car swayed and bounced over the uneven roads, Amina braced herself, using the motion to her advantage. She subtly tensed and relaxed her muscles, preparing for the moment when she would need to act. If they intended to kill her, she resolved that she would take one of them down with her. She was not going to be led to the slaughter like a lamb. The car came to a sudden stop, and she heard the doors open. Her heart pounded as the figures moved around, the car's suspension groaning under the shifting weight. They opened her door and roughly pulled her out, guiding her blindly with hands that gripped her arms like iron. She stumbled, but quickly found her footing, resisting the urge to fight just yet. The time would come, and she needed to conserve her energy. Amina felt the ground change from the rough texture of the pavement to the smooth, cold floor of a building. She listened for echoes, the distant hum of machinery, any clue that could tell her where she was. She realized she was being taken somewhere isolated. No voices, no city sounds. They led her further in, the air growing colder until finally, they sat her down and removed the cloth from her head. The dim light stung her eyes, but she blinked rapidly, forcing her vision to adjust. She looked around, taking in every detail of the room. It was a warehouse, sparsely furnished and dimly lit, with no windows and only a single door. Her captors were dressed in dark clothes, their faces obscured. Amina's mind raced as she tried to formulate a plan. She kept asking who they were and who sent them, but they remained silent, their faces expressionless behind their masks. They turned and left the room, closing the door behind them with a final, ominous thud. Amina took a deep breath, her eyes scanning the room for anything that could be used as a weapon or a tool for escape. She wasn't just going to sit and wait for whatever fate these people had in store for her. She was ready to fight, to use every ounce of her strength and resilience to survive. She thought of her family again, drawing strength from their love. She knew one thing for sure. She was a fighter, and she was going to fight her way out of this. Meanwhile, Diallo drove home from Amina's business, his mind racing with worry. As he pulled into the driveway, he glanced at Juma, who was still peacefully asleep in the back seat, unaware of the turmoil surrounding them. Diallo's heart ached with the knowledge that he would soon have to explain Amina's absence to their son. For now, he was grateful that Juma could remain oblivious a little while longer. He turned off the engine and carefully lifted Juma from the car seat, cradling him in his strong arms. The weight of his son provided a strange comfort, grounding him amidst the chaos of his thoughts. He quietly entered the house, trying not to disturb the serene stillness of their home. The familiarity of their living room, with its cozy furniture and family photos, seemed surreal against the backdrop of his rising panic. Diallo gently laid Juma on the couch, covering him with a soft blanket. He watched his son for a moment, the boy's peaceful expression a stark contrast to the storm brewing in his own heart. Amina's bag, abandoned at the shop, was a distressing sign, a silent scream for help that had not gone unnoticed. Diallo was both thankful for her quick thinking and tormented by the implications. He sat down heavily in an armchair, his mind a whirlwind of strategies and fears. He couldn't risk leaving Juma alone, not even for a moment. The house felt like both a sanctuary and a trap, a place where he was temporarily safe but also immobilized. Every minute felt like an eternity, and the weight of helplessness pressed down on him. Diallo pulled out his phone, his hands trembling slightly as he dialed a number. The phone rang twice before it was answered. "Hammer, get here. Get the guys and come to my house," Diallo said urgently, his voice low but firm. He listened to the voice on the other end, but it wasn't the response he wanted. His patience snapped, his voice rising in volume. "I said get here now," he shouted, the urgency in his voice unmistakable. He glanced at Juma, who stirred slightly but didn't wake. Diallo forced himself to calm down, his voice dropping to a strained whisper. "I want to see you here in the next 10 minutes. I don't care what you are doing," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. He ended the call abruptly and took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He looked around the room, taking in the familiar details. The family photos on the mantelpiece, the soft glow of the lamp in the corner, the toys scattered across the floor. Each object was a reminder of the life he and Amina had built together, a life that now hung in the balance. He couldn't lose her, not after everything they had been through. Diallo's mind raced as he thought of Hammer. He was a trusted ally, someone who could be relied upon in times of crisis. Hammer had connections and resources that Diallo would need to find Amina. Diallo clenched his fists, determination hardening his resolve. He wouldn't rest until Amina was safe. Minutes ticked by with agonizing slowness. Every sound seemed amplified. The ticking of the clock, the gentle hum of the refrigerator, Juma's soft breathing. Diallo's heart pounded in his chest, a relentless rhythm that mirrored his anxiety. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. He needed to act, and he needed to act now. At Amina and Diallo's house, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Diallo sat in the living room, his thoughts consumed by worry and fear. The silence was interrupted by a firm knock on the door. Diallo's heart raced as he hurried to open it. Standing outside were 3 men, their faces etched with seriousness. They stepped inside, greeting Diallo with curt nods. The first man, a tall and muscular figure, broke the silence. "Boss, we're here. I was busy asking a beautiful girl out and you ruined that for me, so whatever you have called me here better be good," he said with a hint of irritation. "Knuckles, this is not the time," Diallo snapped, his voice tight with worry. The men's expressions shifted from annoyance to concern as they took in Diallo's distressed appearance. The second man, his face set in a serious frown, asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" Diallo took a deep breath, his voice shaking slightly as he spoke. "It's Amina. They've taken Amina." A stunned silence filled the room. Knuckles was the first to react, his disbelief evident. "Who would be that stupid to take your wife? Do they know who you are?" Hammer, the third man, spoke up, his voice laced with grim determination. "Obviously, they don't." The last man, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. He was close to Diallo and understood the depth of his friend's pain. "Ghost," he said, using Diallo's old nickname from their time in the force. "Do you have any idea who might have taken her?" Diallo, known as Ghost due to his elusive nature and unmatched skills, shook his head. "That's why all of you are here. I called her number, and someone answered but didn't say anything. I don't know how smart or stupid these people are, but I'm hoping they're stupid enough for us to trace Amina's phone and find them." The men nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. They went out to their car to retrieve their equipment and then returned to the house. As they set up, Nails, the second man, spoke up. "It's good to have you back, Ghost." Diallo looked at them, his eyes hard. "I'm not back," I just want to get my wife back and then return to my normal life. I have a life now and I enjoy it. So don't get any ideas. Just find my wife. Hammer was already busy on his laptop, working to trace Amina's phone. Nails asked for the details of what had happened, and Diallo recounted the events with as much clarity as he could muster. I don't think they're really that smart, judging by how everything is looking, he concluded. The men considered this, and then Nails asked about Kwame. Do you think it could be Kwame? He's been trying to get her back. Hammer's face darkened. You have no idea how many times I've followed him. I was tempted to teach him a lesson for wanting other people's wives. He had his chance and he messed it up. He needs to stay away, or I'll break his knees. The others laughed at Hammer's fierce declaration, the tension in the room easing slightly. Diallo raised an eyebrow in surprise. So, you've been following Kwame around, Hammer? And I didn't even know it? He said, chuckling despite himself. Hammer grinned. Yes, I wasn't gonna keep quiet while he kept stalking your wife. This idiot kept showing up at her shop, and it took everything in me not to break those knees so he'd stop walking to your wife's shop. Clearly, his legs are making him misbehave. The room filled with laughter, the camaraderie among the men providing a brief respite from the gravity of the situation. But even in this moment of levity, the urgency of finding Amina loomed large. Diallo's resolve hardened. He would stop at nothing to bring his wife back safely. Amina was still searching for a way to escape when the door creaked open. She tensed, her eyes fixed on the doorway as someone entered. A second figure followed closely behind. As they stepped closer, Amina's heart sank. It was Zainab and her friend, the same two who had attacked her before. Irritation flashed across Amina's face, a mix of disbelief and anger boiling within her. Hello, homewrecker, Zainab's friend sneered. We told you last time that you messed with the wrong person. Amina, her face betraying her annoyance, remained silent. She couldn't believe the nerve of these women. Zainab stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. So, you can't speak now? When you kept saying thank you at your shop, you had a lot to say. And now you are quiet. I told you to stay away from Kwame. I told you that Kwame is mine and that you should leave my husband alone. Amina stared at Zainab, her mind reeling. She was beginning to think that Zainab was truly unhinged. Zainab, seeing that Amina was silent, pressed on. I am going to teach you a lesson, Amina. I will teach you not to mess with other people's husbands. You already have your husband, and that is not enough for you, so you want to take mine. Zainab's friend laughed cruelly. Yes, she has never been taught a lesson, which is why she has the nerve to do this. We are going to teach you a lesson you will never forget. Amina, though scared, did not want to show her fear. She remained defiant, her voice steady as she asked, Why am I here? What am I doing here? Zainab's irritation grew. Did you not hear what I just said? Amina, her voice laced with incredulity, replied, I heard what you said, but I still don't understand why I am here because I do not want your husband. You know, Zainab, I am starting to think there is something wrong with you. There is no way you and your friend are normal. You came into my life, I was married to Kwame, and he had an affair with you. He left me and married you. Not even once did I confront you or say anything to you, but now you have the guts to do this nonsense. I told you I don't want your husband. He is yours, and I am not interested in him. Have you even seen my husband? Have you seen my husband to even think I would want Kwame? A man who doesn't know what he wants. Zainab's face twisted with rage. It is clear that you are disrespectful and need to be taught a lesson. I am going to teach you a lesson, and should I decide to let you go, I want you to have marks that will serve as a reminder not to mess with me again. I don't care if you want Kwame or not. The fact is that he seems to be obsessed with the thought of getting you back, and I will not let that happen. Amina's voice remained calm but edged with defiance. So what will you do? Zainab's eyes gleamed with malice. I will make you disappear. If you are not there, then Kwame won't be distracted by you, and my marriage will be okay. Amina's mind raced. She knew she had to remain strong and find a way out of this. The situation was dire, but she wasn't going to let fear overtake her. Diallo would come for her, and until then, she would hold on to every bit of strength she had. Kwame came home late that evening, puzzled by the darkness in the house. He wondered where Zainab could be. When he switched on the lights, he was startled to find Diallo and 3 other men sitting on his couches, waiting for him. The sight of them sitting silently in the dark was unnerving, and he had no idea how they had entered his home. "What are you guys doing in my house? How did you even get in?" Kwame asked, his voice shaky. Diallo ignored his questions and asked bluntly, "Where is my wife?" Kwame, confused and starting to panic, asked, "What do you mean? Is Amina missing?" His concern grew. "My wife can't be missing. When did this happen? Have you called the police?" Knuckles, one of the men, responded sharply. "She is not your wife, and the fact that you still refer to her as your wife is what will get your knees broken." Kwame fell silent, realizing his mistake. His mind raced, knowing he couldn't lose Amina again. He glanced at Diallo, who had remained quiet but was staring at him intently. "Where is my Zainab?" Kwame asked, trying to deflect the attention. "Did you do something to Zainab because you think I did something to Amina?" "I didn't do anything to Amina." Nails, another one of the men, replied. "We didn't find anyone in the house when we came, so we don't know where Zainab is. But just know, if you're lying, we're coming for you. We'll make you dance for us, so start thinking of songs you'll be singing." Diallo then stood up and walked out without another word. Puzzled but trusting him, Knuckles, Hammer, and Nails followed him out. However, Hammer stayed behind momentarily. Hammer leaned in close to Kwame, his voice low and menacing. "Next time I see you, I'll break your knees so you can always remember to stay away from Amina. Your broken knees will prevent you from showing up at her shop." Kwame could see the seriousness in Hammer's eyes and swallowed hard, trying not to show his fear. Hammer then left, joining the others outside. In the car, the men asked Diallo why he had left so abruptly. Diallo explained, "I could see Kwame wasn't lying. I now know who took Amina. It was Zainab." Hammer added, "I've been able to track Amina's phone." Diallo couldn't believe it. Although only a few hours had passed since Amina was taken, it felt like an eternity. Diallo instructed them, "We're going to the warehouse to get our stuff, then we're getting my wife." They armed themselves at the warehouse, preparing for the confrontation ahead. Diallo then called the police officers he used to work with when he was in the force, telling them to meet at the warehouse. At Zainab's warehouse, her friend Aisha announced that she was leaving to check on Zainab's house and see if the police had started looking for Amina. "I'll call you with updates," she said. Zainab agreed and told Aisha she would stay to finish the job. Aisha encouraged Zainab, reminding her not to let Amina manipulate her and make her feel guilty. "Amina doesn't deserve to live after what she did," Aisha asserted. "I won't let her see another day," Zainab promised, steeling herself for what was to come. Aisha then made a call to Zainab, telling her they would stay connected through the phone. "I'll be on the line to offer support," she said. Zainab put the phone on speaker. Amina, her heart pounding, seized the opportunity. "I can see who the real problem is here. Your friend is the one giving you bad advice, Zainab. You're about to do something stupid that you won't be able to come back from." Aisha, still on the phone but now outside Zainab's house, remained vigilant. Hearing Amina's words, she knew she had to act fast. She pulled out another phone hidden in her car, put Zainab's call on speaker in the car, and stepped out. Keeping a safe distance but close enough to monitor the conversation, she dialed the police. In a tearful, urgent voice, she said, "Hello, please help me. My friend has kidnapped someone, and I'm trying to stop her, but she's threatening to kill me. I managed to make her think I'm on her side so I could call you. Please hurry. She's gonna hurt the woman she kidnapped, and I know how crazy she is. Please hurry." Aisha paused to ensure Zainab couldn't hear her through the phone in the car. Hearing that Zainab was preoccupied, she gave the police the location of the warehouse where Amina was held. As Amina tried to reason with Zainab, the police were mobilizing. Aisha stayed on the line with them, providing crucial updates while ensuring Zainab remained unaware of her betrayal. Aisha's deceptive cries had successfully put the police on high alert, and they were en route to the warehouse. Back at the warehouse, Amina tried to reach Zainab, Zainab, listen to me. You don't want to do this. You're not a killer. Think about Kwame. Think about your future. Zainab, visibly shaken, hesitated. Aisha said this is the only way. No, it's not, Amina insisted. This is Aisha's influence. She's pushing you to do something terrible. Don't listen to her. Zainab faltered, her resolve crumbling. But Kwame, he keeps talking about you. That's not my fault, Amina said softly. I don't want Kwame. I love Diallo. You have to see that this isn't the answer. Aisha, listening to the conversation from a distance, knew she had to act fast. She could sense Zainab's hesitation. Stay strong, Zainab, she urged through the phone. Don't let her fool you. Do what we planned. Meanwhile, Diallo and his team were preparing for their own confrontation. Armed and ready, they set out for the warehouse, determined to rescue Amina. Diallo called his contacts in the police force, coordinating their efforts to ensure a swift and decisive action. The tension built as both the police and Diallo's team converged on the warehouse, each moment bringing them closer to a confrontation that would determine Amina's fate. Amina's fear spiked as Zainab opened a toolbox, revealing objects designed to inflict serious harm. The situation felt increasingly desperate until she heard noises from outside. She couldn't see what was causing the commotion, but hope flickered within her, praying it would stop what was about to happen. Zainab, holding a weapon, advanced towards Amina. Just then, the door burst open, and Diallo entered with the police right behind him. "Drop your weapon," one of the officers commanded. Zainab froze, her weapon falling to the ground. The police quickly moved in, securing her and making sure Amina was safe. Diallo rushed to Amina, his face a mix of relief and anger. He pulled her into a tight embrace, whispering, "It's over. You're safe now." Zainab was handcuffed and led away, her face a mixture of shock and defiance. The nightmare had ended, but the consequences of her actions were just beginning. At the police station, Zainab was processed, the reality of her situation beginning to sink in as she was fingerprinted and photographed. She faced a slew of charges, and the gravity of their actions began to sink in. Sitting in the holding cell, Zainab's mind raced. The cold, hard bench and the sterile, unforgiving environment contrasted sharply with the chaos and heat of the warehouse. The adrenaline that had fueled her earlier actions was gone, leaving only the stark reality of her predicament. The gravity of her actions began to weigh on her, and the realization of the consequences set in. This wasn't just a misunderstanding or a minor transgression. This was a serious crime, and she would likely face a lengthy prison sentence. Meanwhile, in another part of the station, Amina and Diallo were giving their statements to the police. Amina's hands trembled slightly as she recounted the events, the fear and adrenaline still coursing through her. Diallo stayed close, his presence a steadying influence. The officers listened intently, their expressions grave as they took notes. As the formalities continued, Amina glanced over at Diallo, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Diallo squeezed her hand reassuringly. "We'll get through this," he said firmly. "You're safe now, and that's all that matters." The hours that followed were a blur of paperwork, questions, and the slow, methodical process of the legal system grinding into action. As the night turned into dawn, Amina and Diallo were finally allowed to leave, exhausted but relieved. Outside the station, the first light of day was breaking. Amina took a deep breath, feeling the cool morning air fill her lungs. She looked at Diallo, who stood by her side, unwavering in his support. "Let's go home," she said softly. Diallo nodded, wrapping an arm around her shoulders as they walked to their car. The ordeal had been harrowing, but it had also reinforced the strength of their bond. They drove home in silence, each lost in their thoughts, but comforted by the presence of the other. Later, Kwame visited Zainab in jail, his heart heavy with a mix of emotions. He had spent the night replaying the events over and over in his mind, unable to comprehend how things had spiraled so far out of control. Now, standing in front of her, he struggled to find the right words. He looked at her through the bars, confusion and disappointment etched on his face. "What were you thinking, Zainab?" Zainab, her eyes wide and pleading, clutched the cold metal bars. Her voice trembled as she tried to explain. "Kwame, I did this for us, for our marriage. This shows how much I love you. I was protecting us from Amina." Kwame's face hardened, a mix of sadness and disbelief. "Protecting us? By kidnapping and threatening to kill her? Zainab, that's not love, that's insanity. You've put everything at risk, our lives, our future, all because of some misguided notion that Amina was a threat." Zainab shook her head frantically, tears streaming down her face. "You don't understand, Kwame. She was always there, always a reminder of what you had with her. I saw the way you looked at her, the way you still cared for her. I couldn't stand it. I needed to do something to make sure she was out of our lives for good." Kwame's expression softened for a moment, but then he sighed deeply, shaking his head. "I never gave you a reason to doubt my commitment to you, Zainab. Yes, Amina was a part of my past, but that's where she belongs, in the past. You and I, we were supposed to build a future together. Instead, you've torn everything apart." Zainab's eyes flared with anger. "Don't lie to me, Kwame. I followed you. I saw you going to Amina's shop time and time again. I saw how you made it a point to show up where she was, acting like she wasn't still a part of your life. Don't act like you didn't give me the impression that Amina was a threat." Kwame's face fell, guilt and frustration warring within him. "Zainab, I went to her shop because I was concerned about her, but it was never about wanting to be with her again. I was trying to be supportive, nothing more." "Supportive?" Zainab spat out the word. "You kept running after her like a little boy with a crush. If you had stayed faithful to me, stayed away from Amina, we wouldn't be in this situation. This is your fault, Kwame. You made me feel like I was always competing with her, like I was never enough." Kwame's shoulders slumped under the weight of her accusations. "Zainab, I'm sorry you felt that way. I truly am. But resorting to kidnapping and threats, that's not how you handle insecurity. It's not how you handle anything. I thought you trusted me." Zainab's fury began to dissolve into tears. "How could I trust you when you kept showing me that she still mattered? You made me feel like I was second place in your heart." Kwame took a deep breath, his voice softening. "You were never second place, Zainab, but your actions today, they've destroyed what we had. There's no coming back from this. You need to take responsibility for what you've done, and I need to figure out how to move forward." Zainab's tears fell freely now, her voice a whisper. "Please, Kwame, don't leave me. I did this for us." Kwame shook his head slowly. "I'm sorry, Zainab. I can't stay. Not after this." Without another word, Kwame turned and walked out of the visiting room, leaving Zainab to face the consequences of her actions alone. As the door closed behind him, Zainab crumpled to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, the reality of her situation crashing down on her. The cell around her felt colder, harsher, a stark reminder of the life she had destroyed. Kwame, outside the prison walls, felt a heavy burden lift from his chest, but it was quickly replaced by a deep sense of loss. He had loved Zainab, but her actions had shattered the trust and the life they had built together. As he walked away, he knew it would take time to heal, but he was determined to find a way forward, for himself and for those he cared about. Zainab had been trying to contact Aisha and was surprised that she had not been arrested along with her. She hadn't heard from Aisha since the day of her arrest. After a week, Aisha finally came to visit. As soon as she saw Zainab, she laughed and said, "You stupid, stupid girl." Zainab looked at her in puzzlement. "What do you mean?" she asked. Aisha sneered. "I was hoping that you would do something worse by the time the police arrived so you could spend the rest of your life in jail. But even with the years you might get now, it'll still give me enough time to settle into my new life with Kwame." Zainab's eyes widened in shock. "What are you talking about?" she demanded. "Well, you had Kwame and I wanted him. So, I made a plan to get him and you made things easy for me because you never listen. Kwame has money, Zainab, and you're greedy. So, I'll marry Kwame and show you that you should have appreciated what you had. I deserve the life you lived, and I took it. Now that life will be mine," Aisha said smugly. But you were with me, Zainab protested. You encouraged me. You even planned this whole thing and got the guys who kidnapped Amina. I'll tell the police everything. You won't get away with this, Aisha laughed. I'll deny it's Zainab. Even if I don't, I'll spend far less time in jail than you. You're the one who did all the work and beat her up. I only spoke and never touched Amina. So while you're trying to get me arrested, I'll be with Kwame. It'll be easy, and in no time, him and I will be an item, and I'll move into that beautiful house of yours. Zainab felt a wave of nausea and panic. But you were my friend, Aisha. I trusted you. All of this for a man? Aisha, why couldn't you get your own? She muttered weakly. Aisha smiled coldly. Yes, I am still your friend, which is why I'll be taking your husband and keeping him safe for you. Kwame and I will look so good together. She stood up and added, I'll testify against you in court. I might even shed a few tears to make sure you get the maximum sentence. I'm always prepared, you know? Aisha laughed again and left. Zainab felt like she had been hit by a bus. She felt hot and cold at the same time. She wondered if she was hallucinating from the jail smell or if this was some terrible nightmare she would soon wake up from. The betrayal and the harsh reality of her situation hit her like a ton of bricks. Aisha's parting words echoed in her mind. You took this man from someone else, so don't try to preach to me. You were willing to do the unthinkable to a woman who did nothing to you. You deserve to be where you are because of your stupidity and nothing else. Zainab remained rooted to the chair, unable to move. The prison guards had to come and carry her back to her cell. She felt utterly defeated, the weight of her mistakes and Aisha's betrayal crushing her spirit. Back at their home, Amina and Diallo tried to process what had happened. They held each other close, grateful for their safety but aware of the lingering shadows of the ordeal. Together, they knew they could face whatever came next, their bond stronger than ever after surviving such a harrowing experience. After going over Amina's statement to the police, Aisha was also arrested. Zainab, happy that Aisha had also been arrested, sighed a sigh of relief. She sat down with Aisha during lunch because they were held in the same jail. She laughed at Aisha and told her she would not get away with this and that she would also be arrested. Aisha looked at Zainab with a cool, calculating gaze, a slight smirk playing on her lips. I know, she said, her voice steady and unnervingly calm. This was my plan B. My plan A was to convince you to do this all by yourself while I acted as a lookout and provided an alibi for you. I was going to call the police, and you would be caught alone. Zainab's eyes widened in shock, her mouth opening slightly as she processed Aisha's words. She had always seen Aisha as a friend, someone who supported her, even if their friendship had its turbulent moments. The depth of Aisha's betrayal was staggering. But because you were such a coward and kept asking for my help, insisting that I do this with you, I had to think of Plan B. Plan B is that I will do this with you and then report you. Then call the police. I knew I will be arrested, but because I will make a deal with the police, I will get less time or no time at all. According to my lawyer, this will be a sign of showing remorse, and I will live happily ever after with your husband, Kwame. Zainab's hands trembled as she clenched her fists. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a mix of anger, betrayal, and confusion swirling within her. She choked back a sob, her voice cracking as she asked, Why, Aisha? Why would you do this to me? Aisha leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms over her chest, her expression hard and unyielding. Well, firstly because you think you are better than everyone, Zainab, she said, her tone sharp and unrelenting. You took another woman's husband and then you became greedy. Kwame provided a good life for you, but you always wanted more and more, and he would always complain. So I decided to remove you so I can show you how to be a good wife to Kwame. Zainab's mind raced, memories flashing before her eyes. Moments where she had confided in Aisha, complained about Kwame, and shared her dreams and desires. She had never imagined that those conversations would be used against her, that Aisha had been plotting her downfall all along. Aisha's eyes narrowed as she continued. You wore expensive clothes and got everything you wanted, but you kept complaining that Kwame was not providing. Meanwhile, I was wearing normal clothes, sitting next to you, and you had no care in the world. You deserve this, Zainab, and I would do it again if given the opportunity. Do you know how many nights I spent listening to Kwame talk about his problems with you? Aisha said, her voice rising with anger. How many times he confided in me, told me he felt like he was losing himself trying to make you happy. You never saw the man behind the money, Zainab. You never appreciated him for who he was. Aisha's eyes gleamed with a twisted satisfaction as she continued. And you know what the worst part is? You were so blinded by your own greed that you couldn't see what you had. You had a man who loved you, who would have done anything for you, but you pushed him away. You drove him into my arms. Zainab. Zainab felt a cold, hollow pit form in her stomach. The realization of Aisha's deep-seated resentment and envy was almost too much to bear. She had been blind to the hatred festering in someone she had considered a friend. Zainab was left speechless, and she did not know what to do. Then she said, "Well, Kwame will not do that. He is not attracted to women like you, Aisha." Aisha laughed and said to Zainab, "Oh, please, Zainab, we all know how weak of a man Kwame is. You know very well that I will get him." Aisha asked to be moved to another prison, telling the officers that Zainab had been threatening her. The guards, wary of the escalating tension, granted her request. In her new location, Aisha began to craft her narrative carefully, positioning herself as a remorseful accomplice who had only acted under duress. She played her part convincingly, shedding tears during her testimony and painting a picture of Zainab as the mastermind. The courtroom was captivated by her performance, her every word carefully chosen to evoke sympathy. During the trial, Aisha's testimony was damning. She recounted how Zainab had manipulated her, insisting that she was merely a pawn in Zainab's twisted game. Her portrayal of events was so compelling that even seasoned legal professionals found it difficult to see through her act. Aisha emphasized her own reluctance and fear, detailing how she had been coerced into participating in the kidnapping plot. She even provided fabricated evidence of Zainab's supposed threats, ensuring that the judge saw her as a victim rather than an accomplice. Zainab, on the other hand, found herself struggling to defend against Aisha's accusations. Her attempts to reveal the truth were overshadowed by Aisha's meticulous performance. Every plea for justice, every attempt to expose Aisha's treachery, was met with skepticism. The judge was convinced by Aisha's portrayal of herself as a remorseful, misguided woman who had ultimately done the right thing by turning in Zainab. This narrative played perfectly into the legal system's desire for redemption stories, leading to a lenient sentence for Aisha. Meanwhile, Amina and Diallo watched the proceedings with a mix of disbelief and anger. Amina knew firsthand how manipulative Aisha could be, and she had recounted every detail to Diallo. Despite Amina's testimony about Aisha being the true instigator, the legal system's focus on Aisha's apparent remorse overshadowed their warnings. They saw Aisha's crocodile tears and calculated victimhood for what it was: a masterful performance designed to save herself at Zainab's expense. Diallo, a man of action, felt his anger simmering beneath the surface as he observed Aisha's deceit. He had witnessed the pain Amina endured and the havoc Aisha's actions had wreaked on their lives. While he maintained a stoic demeanor during the trial, his mind was already formulating a plan. He vowed silently to himself that Aisha would face the consequences of her actions, not in a courtroom, but in a way she would least expect. As Aisha left the courtroom after receiving her lenient sentence, she wore a triumphant smile. She believed she had outsmarted everyone, and now she had her sights set on Kwame. Little did she know her victory was short-lived. Diallo's eyes followed her, a promise of retribution burning within them. He would bide his time, ensuring that when the moment came, Aisha would be caught off guard, paying dearly for the pain she had inflicted. Amina, though relieved that Zainab had been sentenced, shared her husband's resolve. She had seen through Aisha's facade and knew that justice had not been fully served. As they left the courthouse, she squeezed Diallo's hand, a silent agreement passing between them. They would protect their family, and they would make sure Aisha never had the chance to hurt anyone else again. In the weeks that followed, Aisha did indeed pursue Kwame, leveraging her freedom to manipulate her way into his life. She played the part of the caring, supportive partner, slowly ingratiating herself into his world. Kwame, perhaps blinded by her apparent loyalty and the need for comfort after Zainab's downfall, fell into her trap. However, Diallo watched from the shadows, every move Aisha made recorded and analyzed. He was waiting for the perfect moment, the precise opportunity to expose her for what she truly was. His patience was fueled by the promise he had made to Amina and the need to see justice done in a way the legal system had failed to deliver. Aisha's facade was about to crack, and when it did, Diallo would be there, ready to ensure that she faced the full extent of the consequences for her actions. Zainab heard about Aisha and Kwame, and her world came crashing down. She could not believe that Kwame would do this to her. The betrayal from every angle left her broken and alone, haunted by the choices that had led her to this point. As for Diallo and Amina, they remained vigilant, knowing that their battle was not over and that justice, in its true form, was still out there, waiting to be served. Amina got to meet Nails, Knuckles, and Hammer because she saw they were dressed differently when they came to rescue her. She hadn't asked because she wanted to get the case out of the way first, and now that it was, she began wondering who they were and asked Diallo. Diallo then called them to the house, and they greeted Amina. Hammer said, "Hello, boss lady," and the other guys greeted her too. She then asked them how they met, and they told her they were all part of the Special Forces for Africa and that Diallo got out when he met her, but they were still part of the force. Amina was surprised and kept hearing them calling Diallo by the name Ghost, and she asked why. Nails told her it was because of his elusive skills and that he had the ability to sneak up on people without being heard until it was too late, and that he could disappear and show up whenever he wanted. Amina, clearly amused by all this and wanting to know more, asked for more details. The men shared stories of their missions, painting vivid pictures of the dangerous and covert operations they had been involved in. They spoke of tense standoffs, daring rescues, and the bond forged in the crucible of life and death situations. They admired Diallo for his quick thinking, strategic mind, and, most notably, his unparalleled stealth. Amina, engrossed in the story, served them more food, encouraging them to continue. She noticed Hammer's enthusiasm, especially when food was involved. Hammer, the most talkative of the group, especially when eating good food, started sharing more specific anecdotes. "There was this one time in Mogadishu," he began, his mouth half full of Amina's delicious cooking. "Ghost here infiltrated a heavily guarded compound. We needed intel, and he got in and out without a single alarm being raised. By the time the guards knew something was wrong, he was already miles away. Remember the time in Somalia? We were ambushed, pinned down, and running low on ammo. Ghost here vanished into the night, only to return with vital intel that turned the tide in our favor. We called him Ghost not just for his stealth, but for his ability to bring hope in the darkest times." Amina's eyes widened in astonishment, her curiosity deepening. "How did you do it?" she asked, leaning in closer. Diallo, sensing where this was headed, interjected, "Please stop talking about what I used to do so you do not scare my wife. She does not need to know the kind of skills I have." But Amina was undeterred. "I want to know, Diallo. It's part of who you are, and I should understand that." Hammer, emboldened by Amina's interest and the food, continued despite Diallo's warning. "Ghost is the best at what he does. We used to call him the Shadow. He could blend into any environment, move without making a sound, and take out targets before they even realized he was there." Nails added, "He saved our lives more times than we can count. There were situations where we thought we were done for, but Ghost would come up with a plan and execute it flawlessly. He's a legend in our circle." Amina listened, fascinated. She looked at Diallo with a mix of admiration and newfound curiosity. "I had no idea," she said softly. "But why didn't you tell me?" Diallo sighed, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer. "Because that part of my life is dangerous, Amina. I've done things that I'm not proud of, things that were necessary at the time. I wanted to leave it behind and build a peaceful life with you. I didn't want you to worry or fear the man you married." Amina reached out and took his hand. "I don't fear you, Diallo. I respect you even more now, knowing what you've sacrificed and what you're capable of. But I want to understand all of you, not just the parts you think I should see. Hammer, seeing the serious turn of the conversation, quickly changed the topic. Anyway, boss lady, you should know we're here for you too. If you ever need us, just say the word. Amina smiled, appreciating their loyalty and the deep bond they shared with her husband. Thank you, she said. It means a lot to me. Diallo, relieved but still cautious, nodded. All right, that's enough war stories for one day. Let's just enjoy the meal and each other's company. The group continued their meal, the atmosphere lightening as they shared more benign stories and jokes. But Amina's mind was already working, piecing together the complex puzzle of her husband's past and the formidable allies he had by his side. Amina realized that Diallo was bothered by the fact that Aisha, though she had been the mastermind, had managed to get away with it. She told Diallo that she had every intention of beating up Aisha when she saw her. She told him that she had been busy appreciating Juma, him and her family, but now that she was satisfied, she had every intention of making Aisha pay. She told Diallo that he should wait for a call from the police station and should always have bail money in hand. Diallo laughed because he could not see Amina fighting, but he had plans of his own for Aisha. For now, life had gone back to normal, and Amina was enjoying having her life back. A couple of weeks passed, and while at work, Diallo got a call from Nails, who told him where to come. Diallo made his way to where Nails had said and found Aisha and Kwame in a warehouse on the floor. They had taken them to the warehouse where Aisha and Zainab had taken Amina. Hammer, Nails, and Knuckles had their tools ready. Diallo's brow furrowed as he looked at Kwame and Aisha, crumpled on the floor of the dimly lit warehouse. The air was thick with tension, the dim light casting eerie shadows on the concrete walls. He took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he shifted his gaze to Nails. What are these two doing here? My wife said you guys should not do anything to them, but you guys did not listen. Nails, his expression a mix of defiance and understanding, stepped forward. Ghost, we know you too well. We know you would not have let them go without doing anything. And knowing what you are capable of, we did not want you sneaking up on them while they were sleeping and hearing about them on the news headlines the next day. We have seen your work, and we know what you are capable of, Ghost. So, Nails' voice trailed off as he noticed the growing wet spots on the concrete beneath Kwame and Aisha. Their faces were pale, eyes wide with fear, and bodies trembling uncontrollably. Did you guys just pee yourselves? Nails asked, incredulity lacing his tone. He glanced at Diallo, shaking his head in disbelief. Look at these people, Ghost. They have peed themselves, and we have not even done anything to them yet. The room fell silent for a moment, the only sound the distant hum of machinery and the shallow, ragged breaths of the terrified couple. Hammer and Knuckles exchanged glances, their expressions hardening as they looked back at Aisha and Kwame. Nails turned his attention back to Aisha, his eyes narrowing with disdain. I am so disappointed in you, Aisha, because you are the mastermind. We are taking a leaf out of your book. So for you to give in so early and without a fight is embarrassing. Aisha's sobs grew louder, her body shaking with a mix of fear and humiliation. Her usual confident demeanor was shattered, leaving her a shadow of the manipulative woman she once was. Kwame, on the other hand, sat frozen, his face a mask of regret and disbelief. Hammer, always the one to speak his mind, stepped forward, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Kwame, pull yourself together. You can't be crying for nothing in front of your woman. And you, Aisha, after setting your friend up, getting her arrested and then taking her man. After all this planning and attitude, you have nothing to show for it? Pathetic. Kwame's voice wavered as he tried to comprehend the situation. What did he just say? He whispered, more to himself than anyone else. Knuckles let out a dark chuckle, his eyes gleaming with disdain. Kwame, you are a weak man. You cheated on your wife and left her. Then your new wife, the one you wanted so badly, gets in trouble for you and you leave her hanging. You are so stupid that you believed Aisha was a victim. This woman set your wife up so she could end up in jail and she could have you. Oh God. I hate dealing with stupid people. Kwame felt his ears ringing, the weight of his mistakes crashing down on him. How did his life get so messed up? Yes, he remembered. It was the day he decided to leave a good woman for a gold digger, and now he had ended up with a scheming and manipulative woman. He felt his chest tighten as he looked at Aisha, who looked like a cat that had landed in water, drenched in her own sweat and tears. She did not say anything but looked the other way. Aisha avoided his gaze, staring at the floor, her body trembling. Kwame's voice was a mere whisper, filled with regret and disbelief. Should we get out of here? I don't want to see you again. Nails, sensing the tension and the shift in dynamics, stood tall and looked at Diallo. Ghost, we did this for you. We couldn't just let them get away with it. They needed to understand the consequences of their actions. Diallo's voice remained cold and steady as he addressed Aisha. You see, Aisha, if you had left my wife out of this and used another plan, you might still have a man. Now you're without one. So here's what's going to happen from now on. When you see my wife, I don't care how far away she is or what you're doing, you better run as fast as you can. Even if you fall or rip your pants, you better keep running. Whenever my wife tells me she saw you, I want her to tell me she saw your back and not your face, and that you were running. You hear me? You do not want to know what I am capable of, Aisha, and it is out of respect for my wife that I am letting you live. Aisha nodded frantically, her head bobbing up and down in a desperate attempt to show her understanding and compliance. Her eyes were wide with fear, and tears streamed down her face, mingling with the sweat of panic. The gravity of Diallo's words weighed heavily on her, each sentence striking like a hammer on an anvil. Diallo then shifted his intense gaze to Kwame, who was trembling visibly. Since you're clearly a single man now and you've ruined your own life, you will not go near my wife. You! Before Diallo could continue, Hammer, who had been silently watching with a predatory gleam in his eye, interjected with a mischievous grin. Can I at least break his knees so he can have a reminder? The tension in the room broke slightly as the group laughed, the sound dark and filled with a shared understanding of unspoken power. The laughter, though brief, echoed menacingly in the empty warehouse, amplifying the fear in Kwame's eyes. Nails, still chuckling, chimed in. Boss lady said we shouldn't touch them, so we're not going to touch them. But after leaving here, should he do anything, you're more than welcome to do whatever you want to him. Kwame swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. The reality of his situation was sinking in deeper with every word. His mind raced, trying to comprehend the full scope of what he had gotten himself into. The sheer force of Diallo's presence and the unwavering loyalty of his friends made it clear that any attempt to cross them would be met with swift and brutal consequences. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the kind that presses down on you and makes every breath feel labored. Aisha and Kwame's fear was palpable, their earlier bravado and schemes crumbling under the weight of Diallo's quiet menace and the tangible threat posed by Hammer, Nails, and Knuckles. Diallo and his crew let Aisha and Kwame go, their expressions a mix of anger, fear, and utter defeat. Clean up your mess, Diallo commanded, his voice sharp and unyielding. Aisha and Kwame scrambled to comply, their hands trembling as they mopped up the evidence of their humiliation. As they worked, their bickering resumed. Aisha's voice was high-pitched and frantic as she kept apologizing, her eyes red from crying. Kwame, I'm sorry. I thought we had a plan. I didn't mean for it to end like this. Please, just understand. Kwame, his face contorted with anger and despair, spat back at her. Save it, Aisha. You ruined everything. I lost everything because of you. His voice cracked, revealing the depth of his regret and sorrow. Once the floor was clean, Kwame turned on his heel and walked out of the warehouse, leaving Aisha standing there, a look of utter desolation on her face. You'll find your clothes on the street, he shouted over his shoulder. The door slammed behind him, the sound reverberating in the empty space. Kwame made his way to his car, each step feeling heavier than the last. When he reached it, he broke down completely. The realization of how thoroughly he had ruined his life hit him with the force of a tidal wave. Sobs racked his body as he leaned against the car, feeling utterly lost and alone. The thought of Diallo's connections haunted him, knowing that any future he had imagined for himself was now tainted and likely unattainable. Back at home, Diallo recounted the day's events to Amina. She listened, her eyes widening with each detail, and then she burst out laughing, the sound full of relief and amusement. "How were you able to pull all of that off?" she asked, still chuckling and shaking her head in amazement. "Who are you, really?" Diallo laughed too, a deep, rich sound that filled the room with warmth. "You don't want to know, love?" he said, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and pulling her close. Amina looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with a mix of curiosity and admiration. "I do want to know," she teased, her smile widening. "But I guess some things are better left a mystery." Diallo kissed her forehead, feeling a profound sense of peace and contentment. "All you need to know is that I'll always protect you and our family," he said softly. Amina nestled into his embrace, her laughter subsiding into a gentle smile. "I know," she whispered, "and I love you for it."
Please tell me, are you enjoying the story? If so, tell me, what lessons have you actually learned? I would really love to hear your comments in the comment section down below. And remember to support this channel. Please subscribe, like the video, comment, just say something. Even a word could literally mean a whole lot. So I want you to tell me, what lessons have you learned from this story? Trust me, these are situations that most people actually gone through. I'm sure some of you that are watching this story have actually gone through this situation. So I want to hear from you. I want to hear how you dealt with the situation that you were faced with. Sam and Elena, high school sweethearts, had a love that only grew stronger with time. They loved each other so much so that they were always found together and had plans to always be together in the future. They tied the knot, eager to start a family. But fate had other plans. Elena had a medical condition called cervical insufficiency, which made her pregnancy journey a challenging one. Due to this condition, Elena's cervix would weaken and open too early, causing miscarriages whenever she got stressed or overwhelmed. Despite their desire to have children, they suffered multiple heart-wrenching miscarriages, each one a painful reminder of their struggles. Determined to overcome this hardship, they sought medical advice and explored options to ensure a successful pregnancy. With the help of their healthcare provider, they learned stress management techniques and took extra precautions to safeguard Elena's pregnancies. Sam, who was financially stable and devoted to his family, asked Elena to quit her job immediately after she got pregnant again. He wanted to ensure her safety and well-being, and he was also capable of managing the household expenses on his own. Elena happily agreed, focusing on her pregnancy and taking care of herself. Sam lovingly became the sole breadwinner, ensuring their home was comfortable and secure. As fate would have it, Elena's careful care and stress management paid off, and she gave birth to healthy twin boys. They named them Royd and Abel. The arrival of their twin brought more joy to the Sam's family. But one day, Sam's friend Jimmy gave Sam some wrong advice. He said, "Sam, I have been meaning to tell you something." Jimmy said with a chuckle, "Your wife has given birth. It's time for her to go look for a job before she turns into a permanent liability to you." Sam was surprised and amused by his friend's comment. "Ha, you are not serious," he replied, shaking his head in disbelief. "My wife is not a liability to me, rather my responsibility. Besides, what she does at home all day is tasking. She's taking care of our 9-month-old twins, managing the household, and making sure everything runs smoothly. That's a full-time job on its own." Sam continued, "Besides, I was the one who asked her to quit the job. I wanted her to focus on our family and our children's well-being. I am grateful for her hard work and dedication. She's an amazing mother and partner." "Sam, let her go for work. My wife doesn't depend on me. She does everything with her own money. My wife is worth millions." Sam replied, If she's worth millions, why didn't you ask her for money when you needed it? Why did you ask me for a loan just last week again? It's because I didn't want her to know, Jimmy replied. Well, I see, I have heard you, but once my kids start working and going to school, I plan to support my wife in starting her own business, but for now, I am happy to have her at home, taking care of our family. Don't bother starting a business for her. Just let her go out and look for a job, Jimmy replied. Well, I am done with this topic. Sam gathered his belongings and prepared to leave the office, indicating that he had had enough of the conversation. Sam got into his car and drove away. Meanwhile, Jimmy muttered to himself, Sam, we used to be friends before you got married, but let's be real, I have never lifted a finger to help you out. Yet, I expected you to come through for me when I needed a loan, but you refused, citing some lame excuse about me not paying back the last one. Now, my wife is demanding the jewelry she wants, and I need the money to keep her happy, but you are not willing to help me out, even though I've never done anything for you in the past. I am going to take this lying down. Sam, I am going to make sure you regret not supporting me in my time of need. You're going to have to deal with the consequences of not being a good friend, Jimmy muttered to himself. But what Sam didn't know was that Jimmy was lying about his wife. In reality, Jimmy's wife didn't work and was completely dependent on him. But even though he provided for her, he had no say in the house. She controlled everything and he was just a puppet. He was forced to surrender his hard-earned money to her every demand, and she spent it on luxurious things without any regard for his financial struggles. Jimmy persistently begged Sam for a loan, but Sam refused. Jimmy was determined to ruin Sam's family because his own wife was giving him problems. You are not helping me because you spend all your money on your wife. She should get a job like my wife. Women who stay at home all day are cheating on their husbands. They have affairs with other men because their husbands are too tired from work to satisfy them in bed. Sam was furious and warned Jimmy to never speak about his wife like that again. This is the first time and last time you will speak about my wife in this way. Jimmy, if you want to remain friends, you will never mention her again. But Jimmy's words had already planted a seed of doubt in Sam's mind. Sam stormed out of Jimmy's office, furious that his plans to ruin Sam's marriage had failed. Meanwhile, Sam continued with his day as usual, but soon realized he had forgotten an important file at home. He rushed back home to retrieve it, but what he found shocked him. The front door was open and a man was coming out of his bedroom with his wife. Sam was shocked to see a man coming out of his bedroom with his wife. Who is this man? Elena, who is this man? Sam asked, his voice shaking with surprise. Elena calmly replied, My husband, he's just a plumber. I called to fix the bathroom water heater. It's been broken since last night. Sam was confused. But why didn't you tell me about this last night? He asked. Well, you came home late and I didn't want to bother you with it, Elena replied back. Sam looked at the plumber, but he didn't see any tools in his hands. Where are your tools? Sam asked. Well, he just came to check the problem, not to fix it, Elena replied. The plumber nodded and said, Yes, I'll come back to fix it when you're ready. Elena told the plumber to leave, and Sam went inside to get his file. He left the house without saying another word to Elena. His mind was racing with doubts. As he drove away, he thought about what Jimmy had said, that women who stay at home are more likely to cheat on their husbands. Is Elena having an affair? Sam wondered. No, but we love each other. She wouldn't do that. He tried to convince himself. But the seed of doubt had already been planted by Jimmy's words already. When Sam arrived at the office, he went straight to Jimmy's office to seek his opinion on what he saw at home. My friend, I just found my wife with a man at home, he said, his voice lessened with worry. She said he is a plumber, but I'm not sure if I believe her. Jimmy smirked, thinking, yes, my plan is working. He said, I told you, Sam, women who stay at home are trouble. They have too much time on their hands and will find ways to cheat on you. If she had a job, she would be too busy to entertain men, and she would even support you financially. When you get home today, tell her to go look for a job. It's time she starts contributing to the household's income. Sam replied, but our kids are just 10 months old and we have no one to keep them if she goes to work. I don't want to put additional stress on her. Jimmy responded, there are many daycare services in town, my friend. She can drop them off at daycare and then go to work. It's the best option. Sam hesitated, but don't you think I'm overthinking this? This will be extra stress on her, and she already does a lot of work at home, taking care of the kids and managing the household. My friend, Sam, do what I said. I can't give you bad advice. Your wife needs to get out of the house and start earning money. It will be good for her and your relationship. And another thing, tell her to stop spending so much money on groceries and household items. She needs to learn how to budget and prioritize things. Sam reluctantly agreed. Okay, when I get home, I will tell her. After all, your wife is pregnant and still works, so it must be possible. As Sam departed from Jimmy's office, Jimmy burst into a fit of laughter, revealing his own cleverness. Ha, the irony. Sam refused to loan me money to pacify my wife, but now he'll face the same pressure from the own wife. The tables have turned. Let the games begin. Jimmy's laughter echoed through the room. Sam's mind was in turmoil as he drove home, the words still echoing in his mind. He couldn't shake off the feeling that Elena was hiding something from him. When he arrived home, he found Elena busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Well, he took a deep breath and approached her. Elena, we need to talk, Sam said, his voice firm but hesitant. Elena looked up, concerned. What's wrong, Sam? Sam took another deep breath before blurting out the advice. I think you should get a job. It will make you stop depending on me for everything. Elena's expression changed from concern to shock. What? Why would you say that? Please, let the kids get to 1 year first, Elena pleaded. Taking care of them is very tasking and demanding, coupled with house chores. Taking care of little children is no work, Sam stated, his voice dripping with disdain. Please, honey, wait till they get to 1 year. Please, Elena replied, her voice laced with frustration. I have told you my mind and that's final, Sam said, and he angrily left Elena. For the next few days, Sam's behavior towards Elena changed. He became increasingly irritable and critical, finding faults in everything she did. He would barely speak to her, and when he did, it was with a condescending tone. Elena felt like she was walking on eggshells, never knowing what would set Sam off next. She tried to reason with him, but he wouldn't listen. One day, Elena had had enough. I've had enough of your behavior, Sam, she said, her voice shaking with anger. I am ready to get a job, just like you wanted. Sam sneered. It's about time. Who will take care of the children, though? Elena hesitated. Well, I thought maybe we could find a nanny or... Elena cut her off. No way, we can't afford that. They'll go to daycare. Elena reluctantly agreed and started applying for jobs, but it seemed like no one wanted to hire her. Sam's behavior continues to worsen and he even stopped giving Elena money for her basic needs. One day, Elena received a call offering her a job as a cook at a restaurant. The hours were long, from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., but she had no choice. She accepted the job, hoping that things would get better. When she told Sam about the job, he barely reacted. That's great, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Elena started working as a cook, and most days she would take excuses to pick up the kids from daycare and keep them close to her at work. Her boss was sympathetic towards her and allowed her to take the kids to Weeks Lodge after daycare closed. But one Saturday, Sam didn't go to work, so she left the kids with him as he was home. Sam was excited to spend the day with his twin boys, Abel and Royd. He thought it would be a breeze, but little did he know the twins had other plans. As soon as Elena left, the twins started crying simultaneously. Sam tried to calm them down, but they wouldn't stop. He changed their diapers, but they continued to wail. He fed them, but they spat out the food. He tried to play with them, but they threw toys across the room. Sam was frazzled. He had never taken care of the twins alone before, and he didn't know how Elena did it every day. He was exhausted, and the day had just started. As the day went on, the twins' antics only worsened. They poured cereal all over the floor, drew on the walls, and refused to take a nap. Sam was at his wits' end. He never felt so overwhelmed in his life. Just when he thought things couldn't get any worse, the twins started demanding attention. Dada, Dada, they chimed in unison. Sam tried to ignore them, but they wouldn't stop. They climbed all over him, pulling his hair and stretching his face. Sam was a mess. He was covered in cereal formula and baby drool. He looked like he had been through a war, and to top it all off, the twins still wouldn't stop crying. Just then, the doorbell rang. Sam breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Helena had arrived to rescue him from the chaos. But when he opened the door, he was greeted by his gate man, whose timing couldn't have been worsened. What do you want? Sam hissed, his frustration evident. Oga, I can perceive that food is burning, the gate man said, his eyes wide with concern. Sam's face contorted in disbelief. Oh Jesus, I forgot to put food on the fire. These children are driving me crazy. The gate man took a step back, looking startled. Sir, I think you need some help. The twins are crying. The house is a mess. And is that cereal on the couch? Sam yelled at his gate man, "Leave me alone." He went back inside, feeling very stressed. The babies were crying loudly, the food was burning in the kitchen, and the house was a mess. Toys and baby things were all over the floor. He didn't know what to do at first. He felt like he was going crazy. He took a deep breath and tried to think. Okay, first I'll stop the babies from crying, then I'll fix the food, and after that I'll clean up the mess. But as soon as he took a step forward, the babies started crying even louder. Sam's head spun. He didn't know how Elena did this every day. Elena came from work very tired. Sam asked her to quit her job, but she was too exhausted to talk about it. Bathed them and fed them, and then put them to sleep. After that, she went to bed. The next morning, which was a Sunday, Elena got up early and got the kids ready. She bathed and fed them, and then put them to sleep again. Then she made her way to the main door to leave for work. But just as she reached for the door handle, Sam tapped her from behind. "Where are you going?" he asked. "Well, to work?" Elena replied. "But I told you to quit your job." Sam said, "I can't take care of the kids for another day. Yesterday was hell. I can't handle it again." Elena turned to him frustrated. "You pressured me to get a job, and now that I'm working, you expect me to quit? You must be a joker. I need to work for my own sanity. I don't have time for your arguments." Elena opened the door and left for work, leaving Sam to take care of the kids again. Sam was angry and felt like Elena was not listening to him. After Elena left the house, Sam went back to the bedroom where the twins were sleeping. He tried to be quiet so he wouldn't wake them up, but as he reached for his phone, he accidentally touched one of the babies, and the little one started crying very loudly. Sam quickly picked up the baby and tried to calm him down, but it was too late. The other twin woke up and started crying too. Sam was frustrated and exclaimed, "Not again." The babies cried and screamed, kicking their little legs and waving their little fists. One of them spit on Sam's shirt and the other pulled his hair. Sam tried to calm them down, but they were too upset. Just then, one of the babies let out a big fart, and the other one did the same. Sam's eyes watered from the smell, and he stumbled around the room trying to escape it. Finally, the baby started to get tired, and Sam was able to calm them down. He collapsed onto the bed. He looked up at the ceiling and wondered how these little babies could cause so much chaos. Sam's eyes had already barely closed when another baby started crying. He threw up his hands in frustration, got dressed, and scooped up the twins. He stormed out of the house, driving recklessly to where Elena worked. He burst into the entry, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Elena, where are you?" The scene he created drew attention from customers and workers alike. One of the employees hastily alerted Elena, whispering, "Your husband is causing a scene and it's not going over well with the customers." Elena rushed to Sam, trying to calm him down. "Let's talk outside, honey," she pleaded, but Sam was beyond reason. "Fire my wife from here. I'll destroy your entry," he bellowed. "She left our kids to come work here. I earn enough money to take care of her and the kids. She refused to quit when I told her to." The owner, alarmed by the commotion, rushed over and demanded that Sam leaves. When he refused, the owner instantly fired Elena, much to Sam's satisfaction. Elena begged her boss to reconsider, but security was called to escort her off the premises. As they were led away, Elena's eyes locked onto Sam's, a mix of anger, sadness, and disappointment. "How could you do this to me?" she whispered. "Get in the car, honey, and let's leave here. I'll create more trouble," Sam shouted. Anita, angry and sad, went to get a taxi home. Sam got home before her and packed all her things in the living room. When Elena arrived, she was shocked to see her bags in the living room. "Why are my bags here?" she asked. Sam, sitting in a chair, said, "I don't want you to work. I want you to stay home. If you agree, I'll put your bags back into our room. If not, leave my house." Elena was very upset. When did you become so mean? Where is the love we had? You embarrassed me at work, got me fired, and now you're controlling me?" Sam didn't listen. "Just answer yes or no. Will you stay home or leave?" Elena gathered her children in her arms, tears streaming down her face. "I'm leaving," she declared, her voice firm. Sam's expression darkened. "Where do you think you're taking my kids?" he demanded, his voice rising. The argument escalated, with neither willing to back down. Finally, Elena took one of the twins, while Sam held onto the other. With a heavy heart, Elena turned and walked away from the home they once shared. Sam watched her go, a smirk smile spreading across his face. "She'll come crawling back," he thought to himself. "Her parents will send her back, and when she returns, she'll beg for my forgiveness." Sam's worry had turned to panic as hours ticked with no word from Elena. 3 days had passed and his pride was crumbling. He reluctantly dialed Elena's family, hoping against hope, but he just sought refuge with them. "Hello," Elena's mother answered, her voice warm and concerned. "Hi, my in-law. I'm looking for Elena. We had a little fight and I thought she might have come to your house," Sam said, trying to sound calm, but Elena's mother's response surprised him. "I should be asking you that, Sam. My daughter is in your home. What will she be doing here?" Sam's mind raced as he realized his mistake. Well, we had a small argument and I thought she might have come to your house." Elena's mother interrupted him, her tone firm but calm. "Sam, we haven't seen or heard from Elena." Elena's father, a man of few words, took the phone from his wife and demanded answers from Sam. "Where is my daughter?" he asked, his voice firm but less with concern. Sam, still trying to downplay the situation, replied, "Maybe she's returned home. I'm still in the office." But Elena's father was not convinced. He knew his daughter and he knew she wouldn't just disappear without a trace. He handed the phone back to his wife, his eyes filled with worry. After the call, Sam tried to reach Elena's number again, but her phone was off. Sam burst into Jimmy's office, his eyes red and puffy from crying. "Jimmy, my wife left me. She's not at her parents' house and I have no idea where she is. I am so worried. I miss her and my son," roared. "My happy family has turned to ashes." Jimmy leaned back in his chair, a sympathetic expression on his face. "Ah, Sam, don't worry. Elena will come back. She's just upset, that's all." But deep down, Jimmy was happy that Sam's family was falling apart. Days turned into weeks, and Elena's parents didn't hear from either Elena or Sam. They grew more worried by the day and decided to pay Sam an unexpected visit. Sam was sitting in the living room, struggling to take care of his son, Abel, who was crying uncontrollably. Elena's parents burst into the room, their faces filled with concern. "Where is our daughter?" Elena's mother demanded, her voice firm. Elena's mother took little Abel from Sam and managed to calm him down, persuading him not to cry. She said, "Abel will stay with us until we are reunited with our daughter, Elena." Sam shrugged, feeling defeated. "We just had little issues and she left the house. I don't know where she is." Elena's father's face turned red with anger. "You're not telling us the truth. Sam, we know you're hiding something." Sam tried to justify himself, but Elena's father was having none of it. He called the police and Sam was arrested on the spot. As Sam sat in the cell, he realized that his pride and refusal to listen had cost him everything. He had lost his job, his family, and his peace. He was left alone, with nothing but the bitter taste of regret. 3 months later, Sam was released from jail, a shadow of his former self. He had lost everything that truly matters to him. He had no access to his wife and children. Elena had started a new life in a different city. Elena worked hard to provide for her son, Royd, but she never forgot her other son, Abel. She missed him dearly and prayed for him every day, hoping that one day they would be reunited. Sam walked into his empty house, feeling a mix of emotions. He had just been released from jail and was greeted by silence on his empty house. He looked around, but all he saw were pictures of his wife and kids. He cried and felt frustrated, realizing that his family was no longer with him. He decided to pay Jimmy an unexpected visit to let him know that he was out of jail. He knew that Jimmy's office didn't open on Saturdays, but he hopes to catch him at home. When he arrived at Jimmy's home, he was surprised to see Frida, Jimmy's wife, instead. "Hey Frida, how are you?" Sam asked, trying to sound friendly. "I'm good, Sam. What about you? We haven't seen you in a while." Frida replied, looking concerned. "Well, I just got out of jail," Sam replied. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that," Frida replied. Sam changed the subject. "So Frida, where is Jimmy? I need to talk to him." "Well, he went to work," Frida answered. Sam raised an eyebrow, but his office doesn't open on Saturdays. Frida hesitated. "Well, Jimmy works for some people during the weekend. We need the money, especially since I'm about to give birth in less than a month." Sam said, "You are a wealthy woman. You can help your husband get that. You're working to support him. He should have rest." Frida replied, "You are right, but that's if I'm working. I'm not working. And Sam, I haven't worked ever since I got married to Jimmy. He provides everything for me." Sam was shocked. He remembered how Jimmy had used Frida's work pregnancy as an example to pressure him into forcing his own wife, Elena, to work while she was taking care of their twins. This had led to destruction of their family. Some questions ran through his mind. Does it mean Jimmy has been deceiving me? He thought. Just as he thought this, Jimmy walked in, looking rough from physical labor. Sam walked close to him, staring at him. "Hey man, when did you return from jail?" Jimmy asked, looking guilty. Sam demanded, "Tell me the truth. Does your wife work or not? You used her as an example to pressure me into forcing my wife to work, and now my family is destroyed." Jimmy stuttered. "What do you mean by this question?" Sam grabbed his shirt, his voice low and menacing. "I say, answer me, yes or no." "Jimmy, does your wife work? Yes or no?" Jimmy stuttered. "No, my wife does not work." Sam was frozen in time, his mind reeling with shock and anger. He couldn't believe that Jimmy had lied to him all this time. "Why did you lie to me, Jimmy?" Sam demanded, his voice shaking with rage. "Your lies have destroyed my family, my life. I lost my wife, children, and job. What have I done to deserve this?" Frida watched in shock as the scene unfolded before her eyes. Jimmy couldn't answer, unable to meet Sam's gaze. "You are the real devil, Jimmy. Don't you have your own sense? You did everything yourself. Don't you have your own sense? You did everything. You destroyed your family yourself." Jimmy finally found his voice. Sam glared at him, his anger and betrayal boiling over. "You are a liar, Jimmy. You destroyed my life with your lies. I'll never forgive you." With that, Sam turned and walked out of the house, leaving Jimmy and Frida in an uncomfortable silence. 25 years later, Jimmy's family was torn apart. His two sons, Abel and Royd, grew up in different worlds, unaware of each other's existence. Royd that his father had passed away when he kept asking about him. Abel had no idea he had a twin brother somewhere. Elena avoided contacting her parents or Sam because she feared they would force her to return to him, and she didn't want to go back to the painful past. Abel lived with his grandparents, who showed him pictures of his mother and told him she was gone. They said his twin brother was nowhere to be found, and Abel grew up believing his father had killed his mother and brother. He hated Sam, even though Sam visited him occasionally at his grandparents' house. Despite his success at the business, Abel felt a void in his life, a sense that something was missing. He couldn't shake the feeling that his mother and brother were still alive somewhere, and he prayed they would cross paths one day. On the other hand, Royd grew up with Elena, who worked hard to provide for him. She never spoke about the past or Sam, but Royd became a brilliant young doctor. Elena was proud of him, but she never forgot about Abel and Sam. Sam's life had fallen apart. He was now a non-world drunkard, and his once successful life had crumbled. He regretted destroying his family and found solace in drinking. He missed Elena and his sons, but he didn't know how to make things right. He felt like a shadow of his former self, haunted by the pain of his mistakes. Royd was a renowned cardiologist, celebrated for his exceptional skill in treating heart conditions. His expertise sought after by top hospitals, which referred patients to his hospital. Trusting his ability to deliver outstanding care, Royd's reputation as a master cardiologist precedes him, earning him a reputation as a go-to specialist in his field. Judy rushed her father, Jimmy, to the hospital in an ambulance. Sirens blaring, the paramedics had already started oxygen therapy and electrocardiogram. Upon arrival, the nurses swiftly transferred Jimmy to a stretcher, attaching him to a cardiac monitor and pulse oximeter. They quickly assessed his airway, breathing, and circulation, and started intravenous access. Just then, Dr. Royd, the cardiologist, burst into the room. "What's the situation?" he asked, scrubbing in. "Dr. Royd, we are trying to stabilize him," a nurse replied. Dr. Royd quickly assessed Jimmy's condition. With Dr. Royd's expertise and the team's swift action, Jimmy's heart began to recover. The blocked artery was opened and blood flow was restored. As Jimmy was wheeled into the cardiac intensive care unit, Judy breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Dr. Royd," she said with tears in her eyes, thankful for the doctor's help. Dr. Royd smiled reassuringly. "We are not out of the woods yet, but your father is in good hands." When Jimmy was transferred to the ward, Judy dedicated herself to his care, showcasing her compassion and devotion. Whenever Royd visited to check on Jimmy's progress, he was struck by Judy's selflessness and attentiveness towards her father. As Royd continued to witness Judy's unwavering dedication, he found himself drawn to her kindness and empathy. As time passed on, Royd and Judy became friends. Royd, who had grown up without a father figure in his life, had been taught by his mother to appreciate the importance of family. However, seeing Judy's love and care for her father made him yearn for a similar relationship. He couldn't help but feel a pang of longing for a father bond like theirs. After Jimmy recovered and was discharged from the hospital, Judy and Jimmy remained in touch. Their friendship continued to flourish, and soon they found themselves spending increasingly more time together. As they grew closer, their friendship blossomed into something more, and they realized that they had fallen deeply in love. Royd and Judy's relationship was blossoming. Judy was still studying at the university and would often visit Royd on weekends, spending the entire weekend with him. As they spent more time together, they got to know each other better. One weekend, as Judy was on her way to Royd's place from school, she saw someone who looked like Royd holding a girl on the road. She waved from the cab she was in, but he didn't wave back, and she thought it was strange. Unknown to Judy, the person she was waving at was actually Abel and not Royd. When Judy arrived at Royd's home, she was surprised to see him there, looking different in jeans. He rushed back to change, she thought to herself. Royd, noticing Judy's gaze, ran to meet her. "Welcome, baby. I've missed you so much," he said. Judy was skeptical. "Missed who? I saw you not too long ago holding a woman so tightly," she said, her tone laced with suspicion. Royd laughed. "The only woman I hold tight are you and my mom. And my mom isn't here. She's far away in the east," he explained. Judy pressed on. "I saw you on the road not too long ago. Are you trying to make me look like a fool?" Royd held up his hands. "Please, I am not ready for this stress. I had a busy day today. Come inside, let me carry your bag." Judy huffed and went inside, while Royd carried her bags into the room. "I am very hungry. Please kindly prepare something for me to eat," Royd asked Judy. "I am tired," Judy said. "Let's go get something outside, please," she suggested. "Never mind, I will manage," Royd replied. Royd went to the kitchen to cook noodles. After cooking, he set the table for himself and Judy. They both ate and enjoyed themselves. Judy left the dining table before Royd, who was still eating. Judy went to the room and picked up Royd's phone that was on the bed. She decided to check his messages, WhatsApp chats, and all social media chats and calls to see if Royd was actually cheating on her, but she found nothing. But as she was about to check the gallery, Royd came in. Out of shock, the phone fell off her hand and the screen got destroyed. "What have you done?" Royd shouted at Judy. "I'm sorry, it's a mistake," Judy said. "I was just checking to know if you were cheating on me, that's why." "Why would I cheat on you?" Royd asked. "You are enough for me and I love you for who you are." "I am sorry," Judy said. "I love you too. That's why I am feeling insecure. Tomorrow I will go fix your phone. I promise," Judy said. Royd came close, picked up the phone from the floor and kept it on the table in the room. He held Judy close and said, "I love you so much. I love you, so stop being insecure." Judy nodded her head. Royd kissed her on the forehead while Judy closed her eyes. Then Royd kissed her on the lips. Royd swept Judy off her feet, cradling her in his arms as he carried her to the bed. He laid her down gently, his eyes locked on hers, filled with adoration. "I promise, Judy, I will never leave you. I will love you forever," he whispered. Their lips met in a tender kiss, and they made love with a depth of passion that only grew stronger. The next morning, Judy slipped out of the bed before Royd woke up, taking his phone to the repair shop. As she waited for the repair, she sat in a chair, pressing her phone. Suddenly, a familiar figure walked by. It was Abel. Their eyes met and Judy's mind raced. "Are my eyes paining me? Royd just passed me here, and he's acting like he didn't see me," she thought to herself. Abel seemed to ignore her, but a few moments later, Abel asked another worker for the sales book, saying, "I want to check something." The worker replied, "Yes, boss." Judy's eyes widened in shock. Why was everyone calling Royd boss? She paid and left off, still seeing Abel, who she thought was Royd, chatting with a customer. She entered the cab back to Royd's house, only to find Royd sleeping in the bed, in the same state she had left him. She rubbed her eyes, trying to clear her vision, wondering if she was seeing double. Judy gently woke Royd. "Royd, are you okay?" she asked. Royd gradually opened his eyes. "Why did you wake me up? I was sleeping," he complained. Judy apologized. "I'm sorry, but I just saw you at the shop where I took your phone for repair. It was the same face, same hairstyle, and the same look as you." Royd laughed. "You are funny." "Judy, I've been in bed since last night. You are the one who woke me up." But Judy was determined to get to the bottom of things. She pulled Royd out of the bed, opened the wardrobe, and handed him his clothes. "Get dressed," she said. Royd grumbled but eventually put on the clothes. "Meet me in the car," Judy said, already heading out the door. Royd followed, getting into the driver's seat. "Where are we going?" he asked, starting the engine. "Just drive. I'll direct you," Judy replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement and shock at the same time. Royd drove, following Judy's instructions, until they eventually arrived at Abel's Plaza. As they got out of the car, Judy led the way to the shop's entrance. Just then, a man came running up from behind, out of breath. "Sir, good morning, boss. Please forgive me. I am late to work because of heavy traffic," he said, addressing Royd. But Royd was surprised. He didn't know this man, and he definitely wasn't his boss. Judy and Royd exchanged a quizzical glance. "It's fine," Royd replied, playing along. The man rushed into the shop, leaving them wondering what was going on. Inside, the man greeted Abel, who was already there. "Why are you late for work?" Abel asked gruffly. The man repeated his excuse, adding, "Just as I told you outside, sir." But then he noticed something strange. "Sir, when did you change your clothes?" Abel looked confused. He started to ask his worker what's going on, but before he could finish, Royd and Judy walked in. Abel's eyes met Royd's, and they started to stare at each other. The air was tense, like a big storm was coming. Royd's eyes tried to read Abel's face. Abel's eyes searched for answers in Royd's face. Judy looked back and forth between them, like a referee. Abel and Royd stared at each other for a long time. Finally, Abel spoke up. "You are Royd, right?" he asked, his voice shaking. Royd nodded. "Yes, I am Royd. Who are you?" Abel's face lit up with joy, and he opened his arms to hug Royd. "Oh, Royd, it's so great to see you," he exclaimed, his voice cracking with emotion. But Royd didn't hug him back. Instead, he stood still and asked, "What's going on? Why are you hugging me? And who are you?" "I'm hugging you because we are brothers. We're twins. Can't you see we have the same face?" Abel replied. Royd looked shocked. "Twins? My mom never told me I had a twin brother." The workers were still staring at the two brothers who had identical faces. Abel suggested, "Let's go to my office to talk." So Judy and Royd went to Abel's office. Abel began to explain. "Our grandparents told me about you. We are twins. Our parents had problems and separated us when we were young. Our dad took me and our mom took you." Roy's eyes widened in surprise as Abel explained everything. "So our parents separated us and never told us about each other?" Royd asked, his voice filled with a mix of emotions. "That's right," Abel explained. "But our grandparents told me about you. They thought you and mom were dead, and they blamed dad for your disappearance and presumed death. I hated dad for that, but I always hoped we'd meet again, and here we are." Judy, who had been quietly observing the reunion, spoke up. "This is amazing. I can't believe you two are identical twins." "Yes, we are identical twins. Thank you for reuniting us," Royd said to Judy. "What about our dad?" Royd asked. "My mom told me he's late." "Dad is alive," Abel said. "He's a drunkard and I hate him for what happens to you and mom. I visit him occasionally out of kindness. He has sold everything he had and uses the money for drinks. I pay for his rent and provide for his basic needs," Abel continued. So you mean our dad is alive? Royd asked. Yes, he is, Abel replied. Please, can I see him? Can I see my father? Royd asked. Yes, you can see him, Abel said. I'll not only take you to see our father, but also our grandparents. It will be wonderful to see my father and grandparents. As a child, I longed for a strong father-son bond, and now my dream is finally coming true, Royd said. They agreed to meet on the next weekend, and Abel asked Royd for his phone number to keep in touch. Okay, I'll give you my number, Royd said. They exchanged numbers, and Royd left Abel's shop feeling happy. Abel celebrated the reunion with his workers. They celebrated with drinks and merriment as if Abel had hit the jackpot. Royd and Judy went home, and they felt a mix of emotions, happiness and betrayal towards his mom for keeping the truth from him. Royd called his mom, acting nice, and asked her to come visit him by the weekend. Mom, I am receiving an award and I wish you were here to see me receive it, he said. Congratulations, my son. I'll come on Thursday, I promise, his mom replied. Okay, Mom, thank you, Royd said, ending the call. After the call, Royd turned to Judy with a beaming smile, holding her arms and gazing deeply into her eyes, his face radiating happiness and gratitude. I didn't know what I would have done without you. Thank you so much for making me reunite with my brother, Royd told Judy. You're welcome, darling. This calls for a celebration, Judy replied. I'll go take a bath and then we can go out and celebrate, Royd said. A few days passed and it was already Thursday. Elena, Royd's mom, knocked on the door with a big smile. Judy opened the door and welcomed her. Who are you, dear? Elena asked. I'm Royd's friend, Judy replied. Where is my son? Elena asked. He's still at work, but he'll be home later tonight, Judy replied. Judy took Elena's bags and showed her to her room. Then she gave Elena some food to eat and they sat down to chat. They talked and laughed together like old friends, waiting for Royd to come home. Royd came home late from work because of an emergency. He refreshed up and went to see his mom. They hugged and chatted. I like your friend Judy. She's lovely and homely, his mom said. Is she going to be my future daughter-in-law? Yes, Mom, Royd replied with a smile. Then Royd changed the subject. Mom, are you hiding something from me? He asked. Why do you ask? His mom replied, her smile turning to concern. Do I have a brother? Royd asked. Oh, am I your only child? His mom struggles to find the words to answer. Elena's eyes darted around the room, avoiding her son's gaze. Royd, where did you get that idea from? She asked, her voice trembling. Answer me, Mom. Do I have a brother or not? Royd demanded, his voice firm but gentle. Elena sighed and looked down, her eyes welling up with tears. Yes, Royd, you have a twin brother. His name is Abel. Royd's eyes widened in shock. Why did you keep this from me? Why did you lie to me all these years? Elena broke down in tears. I am sorry, Royd. Your father and I had problems and we separated. I took you with me and your father took Abel. I thought it was best for everyone. Best? Mom, I thought you were the best, but I never knew you were this heartless and selfish, Mom. Didn't you think for once how the son you left behind would feel? When he is cold, he needs his mom. When he is sick, he needs his mom. Didn't you miss my brother, Abel, even once? How could you stay all these years without your son, Abel, and you feel okay? Royd demanded. I am sorry, I missed Abel a lot. I even went back to your father's house, but it was sold to someone else. I couldn't reach your father or your brother. Elena cried out. You have no excuse. What about your parents, Mom? You never spoke about them when I asked you about your parents. I trusted you, but you broke my trust, Royd cried. I didn't want to contact my parents. They would make me go back to your dad. I had enough of him, Elena cried. Mom, you broke my heart. I'm very angry with you. I wonder how my brother will feel when he sees you. You denied him his mother's and father's love, Royd said, his anger evident. As he turns to walk away, Judy intervened. Royd, everyone makes mistakes, but forgiveness is what makes us strong. Please forgive her and let's move forward. Judy's wise words resonated with Royd and he forgave his mom. "Mom, I forgive you. Let's move forward," he said, his tone softening. His mom was overjoyed and thanked Judy for her timely advice. United, they decided to put the past behind them and start anew. The next Friday, they all went to Abel's plaza. Elena was eager to reunite with Abel. Elena's heart raced with anticipation and nervousness as she arrived at Abel's plaza with Royd and Judy. She had dreamt of this moment for years, finally reuniting with her lost son, Abel. Royd, still processing his emotions, stood by her side, supporting her. Judy accompanied them, offering a calming presence. As they entered the plaza, Elena's eyes scanned the area, searching for a familiar face. And then she saw him, a young man with striking features, a mirror image of Royd, standing outside talking to someone. Her heart soared with love and longing. "Abel," she called out to him from a distance. Abel looked up and their eyes met. Time stood still as they stared at each other. The connection was evident. Elena took a step forward, her arms wide open, and Abel, sensing the resemblance of the woman he had always seen her photo in his grandmother's house. Abel came closer and he gave a sign to Royd, asking if this was their mom. Royd nodded his head and Abel ran to embrace his mom, tears of joy streaming down his face. Elena cried out, still hugging Abel, "Please forgive me for leaving you behind." But Abel replied, "Mom, you don't need to be sorry. I am very happy to see you. You are alive." Elena, Judy, and Royd were surprised that Abel wasn't angry but was happy and grateful to see her. After their emotional hug, Elena kept apologizing, but Abel wiped her tears and told her he wasn't angry, but grateful to God who made them reunite, answering his prayers. After mother and son chatting, Abel suggested they go see Elena's parents, his grandparents. Elena was scared to face them after abandoning them for a long time, but she wanted to repent and make amends. They all went to Elena's parents' home, where Royd went inside first. The grandparents were delighted to see him, thinking he was Abel. But when Royd entered the sitting room, they were shocked to see two identical boys. The grandparents stood up, stunned. Before they could ask who was who, Judy and Elena entered the house, and Elena's mom was surprised. She went straight to Elena, who couldn't trace her face in shame. Elena's mom hugged her tightly. "Elena, my baby girl, so you are alive." Elena nodded, tears streaming down her face. Elena's father joined the hug, and after much hugging, Royd's grandparents also hugged Royd, who introduced himself. Everyone sat down and they talked. Elena begged her parents for forgiveness, explaining why she had stayed away for so long. Her reasons weren't justified, but everyone was happy they had reunited. Everyone forgave each other, and after the emotional reunion, they all headed to Sam's home. When they arrived, Royd went inside the house first, and Sam and his son Abel exchanged pleasantries. Then Royd entered the house, and Sam was shocked to see two Abels. Elena, Judy, and Elena's parents entered the house, and Sam, who had just been drinking, couldn't contain his joy. He hugged his wife and apologized for destroying his family with his own hands, regretting the bad advice he had followed. Royd reassured him, "Don't cry, Dad. From now on, we'll all live together as a happy and big family." Royd and Abel hugged their father Sam, and the reunion was filled with joy, forgiveness, and new beginnings.
If you made it to the end of part 2 of this thrilling story, then all I can say is congratulations and thank you. These videos really take a lot of time to make, but you guys' support really keep me going. Comments below and share this video with your friends and family. Also, like and subscribe to the channel so that you'll be the first to be notified when I drop a new video.
Since she couldn't have Umo, no one would have him. She would hit him hard where he least expects it, and not even his side chick Annie would be left out. She would pay for all the years of humiliation, heartbreak, loneliness, and mockery. Umo and Annie, I am coming for you both. Many years ago, in the village of Obudu, lived a young woman named Eno. She was the only daughter of her parents, who were wealthy and well known in the village. Eno was well loved by her parents, who had great plans for her. And one of such plans was for her to get married to one of their friends' son. But unknown to them, Eno had been secretly going out with a man named Umo, who was far below her in wealth and status. Umo was a poor vulcanizer who barely made enough for himself. Their meeting had been accidental. Emma was driving along the path when she realized that she had a flat tire. She was confused and helpless at that point because even though she had a spare tire with her, she had no idea how to fix it. As she stood there thinking of what to do, Uma came passing by and offered to help. Eno immediately accepted the help, and in less than 5 minutes, Umo had changed the flat tire. He then offered to go with the bad tire to his stand to fix it, and Eno was amazed at how a total stranger would want to help her so selflessly. And so, she decided to drive him to his stand so that she could know where to meet him to appreciate him better next time. They got to Umo's vulcanizing stand and he quickly fixed the bad tire. He gave it back to Eno without asking for a payment. This made Eno even more amazed, and she took a particular interest in this good Samaritan. She thanked him and left, but deep down, she knew that she was going to have to see him again. Days later, she went to Umo's stand to pay him a visit. Uma was surprised to see her and came out to greet her. "Good morning, ma'am. I wasn't expecting to see you. Is there something you want me to do for you?" Eno smiled and told him that she just came to express her gratitude once again for his selfless service to her. She sat with him and started to ask him questions about himself. Uma was surprised that such a rich lady would be interested in him, but he answered all her questions. Even though Uma had no educational qualification, he spoke really well, and Eno was impressed. She took a liking for him and would visit him always. They soon became really good friends, and as they spent time with each other, they fell in love. At first, Uma was worried that Eno would not be comfortable with him because of his status, but she proved him wrong with her words and actions. Eno would always tell him that she was not one to be carried away by a man's wealth, such that she would pay a blind eye to the most important thing, which was the heart of a man. She had seen that he had a good heart, and that was why she was drawn to him. Eno had not yet told her parents about Umo though, as she was still looking for the perfect opportunity to do so. And then, one day, her father called her and told that he would like her to get to meet one of his friend's sons and possibly get married to him. Eno was shocked, but then she decided to tell her father about Umo. "Father, I have already seen someone I want to marry. I am very convinced about him, and if you permit me, I would bring him for you to meet." Her father was caught off track. He had never suspected that his daughter was seeing a man, not to talk of wanting to marry him already. He then asked, "Who is this young man, and what does he do?" Eno smiled and told her father, "His name is Umo, and he owns a vulcanizing shop. He is a really good man with great potential too." Eno's father shook his head and asked her, "So with all the upbringing and investment we have made in you, it is a vulcanizer you want to end up with? So because a man is humble in his poor state, you think he will be that humble if you enrich him? Eno, I have seen this life more than you, and I can assure you that there are some men that cannot be trusted. And from the description of this your perfect vulcanizer, I can boldly tell you that he cannot be trusted. I don't need to see him because I will not approve of him. her father said to her bluntly. Eno was disappointed in him and tried to convince him, but his mind was made up, and he gave her no chance at all. Eno was disappointed, as she did not understand why her father would rule off a man he had never met. She was deeply in love with Umo and would not marry anyone apart from him. She decided to talk to her mother to help her convince her father about Umo. But unfortunately, her mother too was on her father's side and disapproved of Umo without even meeting him. It was then that Eno knew that she was on her own in this, but she believed that she would conquer because most great love stories point to the fact that true love had to pass through trials and rejections before it would finally stand. She was determined to fight for her love, and when she told Umo about her parents' disapproval, he was scared also and tried to persuade Eno to listen to her parents, but Eno refused and reassured him that she would stick with him. As earlier planned, Eno was informed by her father to get ready to meet his friend's son that evening, but Eno refused, saying that she would never go out with any man apart from Umo. Seeing that her parents were hell-bent on connecting her with another man, Eno met with Umo and told him to come pay her bride price. She believed that when Umo showed seriousness, they would have no choice than to accept him. Even though Umo had no money for that yet, he saw reasons with Eno and decided to save up money to that effect. When Eno told her parents about Umo coming to pay her bride price, they were really upset, and her father warned her, "We have tried to lead you right, but you insist on going to taste hell. We cannot tie a rope to your neck and force you to marry who we know is good for you. But just know that if you go on to marry that vulcanizer, you will no longer have a place in this house. On no account should you return to this house, and you will also lose all access to your inheritance. You still have the opportunity to have a rethink now before it is too late." Her father warned, but Eno was so drunk with love that she speedily gave up everything and stuck with Umo. Umo got some money and went to pay Eno's bride price as promised, and her parents cut her off from their lives and withdrew her access to all her privileges. Eno was not bothered anyway, as she was satisfied with having Umo. They would build together and become successful as long as they worked together. Fortunately, she had taken some money with her before her father cut her off. Umo was aware of the battles Eno had to fight because of him, and his heart melted more for her. "My love, I really do not know what I did to deserve you. The way you choose to stand by me, in spite of all the objections. Sometimes, I wish there had been another way without having to go through all these trials. You have shown me true love and support, and I make this vow to you today to always love you, cherish you, and place you and only you above everything." Eno was blown away. She knew she had made the right choice and was even more convinced about it now. "Umo, you don't need to worry about what people think of you. I know you in a way that they don't, so I don't even blame them for behaving hostile towards you. I love you, and that is all that matters. I believe we will grow to become very comfortable, and I will stand with you all through the process. I have some money, and I want us to leave this village and start up a new life, and also set up a business. Gradually, from there, I believe we will grow if we work hard together." Umo was lost for words. The only word that rang in his head was blessing. Eno was a blessing to him, a blessing that he constantly asked himself what he did to deserve. Umo and Eno started to make plans to move to another city, and they decided to go to encroached, a very beautiful city with lots of opportunities. They were able to rent a small apartment with the money. Uma went out and did so many odd jobs to be able to get money, while Eno started to send out applications to several companies, and after several applications, she got a good job. The pay was good, and so she became the primary breadwinner. She also stopped Umo from doing some of his menial jobs and started to save money towards opening a good business for him. 9 months later, Eno had saved up enough money, and she called Umo that evening to inform him about the developments. Here is the money I have been saving up for months now. I want you to use it to set up a business. Let's start from here first. I will still continue saving more money to add to the business, Eno said while giving Umo the huge sum of money. Umo couldn't believe his eyes. Eno, is this real? Oh, you are indeed a blessing to me. You are blessed among all women. Thank you so much. I will never disappoint you. I will invest this money in a very good business. I want to be able to give you the life you deserve. You have sacrificed a lot for me. You have done more than I even imagined. Eno, you will forever be in my heart. Nothing and no one will take your place. I promise you that, Umo said emotionally. Eno was happy to see Umo happy. My husband, I will do anything for you. I can sacrifice my life for you because you are my life. Nothing else matters when it has to do with you. I just want us to succeed together and live our lives to the fullest. We won't have any regrets whatsoever because we are already winning and we will continue to win. Eno was greatly pleased. She knew that if she and Umo continued this way, in no time they will become wealthy and she will prove her father wrong. She was fully aware that he was waiting for her to fail and return home begging, but that would never happen because she would ensure that her marriage with Umo was successful and productive, even if it meant her giving her blood. Umo did an extensive market survey and decided to go into electronic business. He got a very good location and in a couple of weeks, everything was set. He employed an experienced sales boy to assist him with sales, and it didn't take long before sales kicked in. The business did beyond expectations and flourished, and in a matter of 6 months, the business had already yielded triple of the money used to start it. Umo and Eno were really happy about this development. Life was going on well for them, and all their plans were coming out well. Subsequently, they received another blessing as Eno found out that she was pregnant. The young couple were pleased with this news and looked forward to becoming parents. However, the pregnancy came with an unexpected twist. Eno, who was once lively and energetic, became the opposite of herself. In the earliest weeks of the pregnancy, she would sleep and wake up by past 10 a.m. or even later. And even when she woke up by that time, she would still be very tired and find it difficult to get out of bed. She began to miss work because of this and had to apply for a 1-month leave with the hope that after a while, she would get a hang of the pregnancy symptoms and be able to work with it. But it didn't get any better as several other symptoms started to spring up. Eno lost her appetite and would always throw up. Uma was really worried and did not know what to make of all this. He took her to the hospital and she was admitted. But as soon as she got a bit better, she was discharged. However, the moment she got back home, the symptoms would return again. And that was how Eno continued to be in and out of the hospital all through her pregnancy. She couldn't even resume work after the 1-month leave elapsed, as she sent her resignation letter instead of resuming. The 9 months of pregnancy was very hectic and tiring for the young couple that they even forgot all about the joy of becoming parents. The pressure was more on Umo, who had to still go out to oversee his business and then rush home to take care of his sick pregnant wife. Anna was not even interested in anything at the moment, as she only wanted to get done with the pregnancy and get herself back. Hence, she did not notice the slight change in Umo. Umo was starting to dread coming back home because he knew what awaited him, and so he would always go to a bar to take one bottle or two before returning home. He felt it would make him forget about the problem and relieve him of stress, even if it was just temporary. But from going to take only one bottle, Umar soon graduated into longing for the comfort and bosom of another woman. Fortunately for him, he did not have to yearn for long, as those kind of women were always available, waiting to be beckoned on. The first time Umar took a woman from the bar to a hotel, he felt guilty and beat himself up for betraying Eno. Although he couldn't deny the relief and newness the experience offered him. As such, even though he knew it wasn't right, he continued to go back to those commercial women. Eno was already heavily pregnant at this time and was starting to get a little relief from the pregnancy symptoms. As such, she started to notice the change in Umo, but she just gave the excuse of him being stressed from work at the shop and at home. However, the change was getting obvious by the day, as she knew Umo very well enough to be able to notice when he had deviated from his normal self. Ella was worried about it, and she tried to ask him what the problem was, but Umo assured her that he was okay and it was just stress, which he would soon get over with. Ella believed him and didn't take it to heart until one day when she went to the mall to pick up some baby essentials in preparation for her delivery. As she was reading the labels on the different brands of baby oil, she overheard two young wild ladies who were talking about a certain customer of theirs who was always coming to patronize them. From what Eno heard, all the girls at the bar wanted to get picked by him, as he was very generous with paying them compared to other men. From the description, this said man owned a very big electronic shop and his business was doing well. Eno heard all that, but didn't think much of it. She wanted to leave that section of the mall to another section when she heard something that hit her hard. The wife of that man is very careless because tell me why you would be at home and your so-called husband sleeps with other women every day without you doing anything about it, one of the ladies said. The other lady then scoffed and replied her, "Don't mind all those married women. They think that once they are married, they have achieved everything. Since she doesn't know how to keep her husband at home, we will continue to help her. My own is to get my own soft cash. You know now." The two ladies laughed and then walked away. Eno heard this, and for some reason, she wasn't herself. She felt like she was the one who was being talked about. She tried to put herself and her actions through some accountability tests. Have I been a bad wife? Did I neglect my husband? No now. I've been trying my best. It's just because of this pregnancy that affected me. And Umo understands too. He won't do such a thing. I trust him. He also knows that I have been a very good wife to him. He understands that it's my pregnancy that is taking a toll on me. No, I am very sure they were talking about another man, not my husband. With that, Ella was relieved and she continued her shopping. However, when she got home, the words of the ladies at the mall continued to ring in her head. She began to reanalyze it, and then when she waited till 8 p.m. and Umo had still not returned, she became scared. She feared that Umo might be the revered customer of these ladies, and she prayed in her heart for it not to be true. Umo finally came back by 9 p.m. and Eno went to meet him at the door. "My husband, is everything okay? You returned home late. What happened?" Umo was surprised at her questions, but he composed himself and told her that he had a late order at the shop, and that was why he stayed till that time. Eno nodded her head, but the burden in her heart was still heavy. She offered him dinner, and after eating, she raised up a discussion. "I don't know, but I feel like something is not right. I feel like our marriage is not what it used to be before. Is there anything you would like to tell me? Even if it is a bad thing, I don't mind. I'll forgive you. I just want us to be honest with each other." Uma was shocked and confused. What does she mean? Is she suspecting anything? Anyway, he would never admit to anything. Eno, I'm confused. What do you mean? To the best of my knowledge, we don't have any issue apart from the pregnancy that has been stressful to both of us. Eno sighed and told him, "I'm not talking about the pregnancy. I don't even know how to put this, but I need to let it out. I overheard some people talking about this man who is cheating on his wife, and sincerely, from the details they gave, you fitted perfectly in that description. I don't want to believe outsiders, but I need to be sure, and that is why I am asking you. Are you cheating on me, Umo?" Eno asked, her eyes filled with sadness. Umo froze in shock. He had been very careful. How did she find out? "My love, how can you think of me like that? Have I ever done anything to put any doubts in your mind? You are the only one I love, and I can't do anything to hurt you. Please don't listen to gossip. The people might have been talking about someone else, and because you were eavesdropping, you thought it was about your husband. I can't do that to you. You need to trust me." Eno looked at him in the face and said, "I trust you, Umo. I trusted you in the past, and now I still trust you. I just don't want what my father said about you to be true. That's why I'm bothered. But since you have reassured me, I will believe you." Umo smiled and then hugged her. Eno concentrated on her pregnancy, and weeks later, she gave birth to a baby girl. Umo was overjoyed to finally become a father, and he thought that the arrival of the baby would change a lot and distract him from going outside again. But unknown to him, he had tasted the forbidden fruit and was hooked. Shortly after Eno put to bed, he started to go out but was more careful this time around so that Eno would not suspect a thing. His electronic shop was still doing very well, and life continued to improve for them. As a result, Uma told Eno that he did not want her to work again. "You have really tried for me. You deserve to relax and let me take care of you. I don't want you to work again. Taking care of our daughter is not easy, and it will be selfish of me to watch you go out to work when I can take care of you and our daughter." Eno was touched at his sensitivity. She saw reason with him and accepted to stay at home to look after their daughter. She believed Umo was being caring and thoughtful, but unknown to her, Umo was just trying to tie her down at home so that she doesn't go out and pose a threat to his escapades. Umo had recently employed a female salesperson at the shop. This lady name was Annie, and she was an attractive lady who was ready to do anything to survive. She took the sales job to live by just for the meantime until she sees a better job. However, it did not take long after she started working for Umo before she noticed his interest in her. That day, she had worn a very tight, attractive gown to work because she wanted to go to a birthday party immediately after work that evening. Unknown to her that her boss would be enchanted. Omo saw Annie that morning and couldn't hide the loss in his eyes. Annie was shocked to notice this, but she pretended to not know anything about it. Being a hustler, she didn't mind adding side chick to her job description. But she did not just want to be used and dumped. She wanted to dig a firm foundation so that she would last in the role of being the side chick. That evening, when she got home, she thought of what to do to make her boss chase after her hopelessly. She knew he was married, but hey, she did not care. She had to survive whichever way. Suddenly, the perfect idea struck her. She would make Umo hunger and taste after her. She would leave him drooling for a bite, and she wouldn't give in easily until she was sure he was terribly famished. And so, from that day, Annie would always dress in a hot attire. She went to the markets and specially chose those type of outfits that were designed from the pit of hell. The type of outfits that could make any man fall, no matter how strong he believed he stood. Uma noticed that Annie was becoming more and more attractive by the day. He started to see different sides to her that he never knew existed before, and each side left him hungry and thirsty. He would do anything to quench this thirst of his. Annie was pleased that her fish had taken the bait, and she intensified her pressure. She would intentionally appear before Umo and give him a glimpse of the meal she was preparing for him. Umo could not bear it anymore, and that day, he called her into his office and tried to have his way with her. But Annie was smarter than that, and she stopped him. She was going to play the game according to her rules. Uma was surprised and asked her why she was hesitating. "Is this not what you have always wanted?" he asked her. Annie smiled innocently. "I don't know what you mean, sir. I'm just doing my job, and this is not part of my job description." Uma understood where she was going and then told her, "But this job will be more lucrative than the other one, and we will both benefit greatly. Let's strike a new deal. I want to give you this role." Annie smiled, knowing that she was finally in control of the terms. She then told Umo that she would think about it, but he needed to prove that he would be a worthy lord. Umo saw it as a challenge and was glad to prove himself. They soon kicked off a secret romantic relationship, and Annie had Umo right where she wanted him. She was going to keep him for a very long time, maybe until a husband comes her way. But if not, she wouldn't mind making him her own husband. Eno continued to stay at home to look after her daughter, unaware of her husband's newfound side chick. She decided to pay him a visit at the shop one day, and when she arrived, she saw Annie and the other sales boy. Eno scrutinized Annie and felt something strange about her. As she went in, Annie heaved a sigh of relief and was glad that the gown she wore that day was even decent a little bit from the ones she usually wore. Eno went in and saw Umo, who was surprised to see her. She told him that she wasn't comfortable with the sales girl and that her dress was inappropriate too. But Umo shoved it aside, saying that he hadn't even noticed. He believed they were all adults, and so they knew the right thing to do. But Eno insisted and went to meet Annie. She warned her not to dress that way again to the shop if she wanted to still keep her job. Annie nodded with an innocent face, but deep down, she knew that she would make Umo pay for not training his wife. As soon as Eno went back home with her daughter, Annie went to Umo's office to complain about the embarrassment his wife gave her. Umo tried to apologize, but Annie gave him a punishment and told him not to come to her house for 1 week. Umo couldn't bear staying away from Annie for 1 week, and so he thought of what to do to appease her quickly. He believed that going on a vacation with her will make her forgive him, and so he He planned for a 1-week vacation in a different state. When Annie got the update, she smiled complacently, knowing that she was indeed in charge. Eno, you are just living in a fool's paradise, and if you're not careful, I, Annie Folk, will make you lose everything, Annie said with a wicked smile on her lips. Uma came up with an excuse of going to a business trip in another state, and that was how he and Annie went away for 1 week. Annie made sure that he did not speak with his wife, and the only time Umo had to call Eno was when Annie was sleeping. He always gave her the excuse of being busy with the business partners. He returned home after a week very happy, and Eno did not suspect anything. However, Eno started to suspect again that Umo was cheating on her. But this time, she did not confront him because she knew that he would deny it just like before. She was going to be discreet this time around and catch him by herself. And so, Emma started to monitor Umo. She noticed that he was always sneaky with his phone, and even when he was sleeping, his phone would be under his pillow. She then decided to trail him one day and save herself the suspense. That Sunday afternoon, Uma said he was going to an event of one of his customers. Immediately he left the house, Emma took her daughter, who was 1 year old by now, to her neighbor's place and quickly took a cab to trail after Uma. Uma went to Annie's house, and as soon as Eno saw Annie come out to enter Umo's car, her heart broke, but she quickly controlled herself and decided to not conclude yet. Who knows? She was just accompanying him to their customers' event. Eno followed them until they got to a hotel, and she came down from the cab and tiptoed into the hotel. She saw the both of them go into a room. Eno stood there shocked and confused, not knowing what to do. As she was contemplating barging into the room to catch them red-handed or waiting outside for them, she saw them coming out to the lounge. Uma was holding Annie indiscriminately, and Annie was acting like a goddess. It was so obvious that they had been into this for long. Anna could no longer control herself, and she rushed up to them. Umo, is this the event you wanted to attend? And you, are you not Annie, his sales girl? So you have been the third wheel all along. How dare you? Eno tried to slap Annie, but luckily for Umo, he stopped her. He knew that if Eno does anything to Annie, he would pay for it double. So he had to send Eno off. Eno, are you out of your mind? Who asked you to come here? Since your curiosity has led you here, then you will have to bear the burden of it alone. But I must warn you, stay away from Annie. She has not done anything to you. And in fact, you should be thanking her for helping you out. She has been making me happy, such that I don't even need to complain to you about anything. If you know you still want this marriage, mind your business. I will continue to provide for you and our daughter, but you need to accept this as the reality now. All the while Umo was talking, Annie was sitting behind him, looking like a saint who was being maltreated. She was pleased at the way Umo handled the whole situation, and immediately she held him by the hand and took him inside to reward him. Eno stood in shock and pain as she watched her husband being led away like a dog by another woman, and the remaining parts of her heart shattered into tiny pieces. Eno went back home, carried her daughter, and locked herself in. She cried until she didn't know how to cry again. She couldn't believe that the same man she had sacrificed her life for would stab her in the back like this. So all the promises he made to her were just mere words. Eno was not ready to give up, however, and she waited for Umo to return so that they would settle the issue. She was not going to allow all her sacrifices go to waste like that. How could a little girl come out from nowhere and steal what belongs to her? No, she would never allow that. Eno waited for Umo all through the night, but he did not return. She waited the next day, which was Monday, but he still did not return. On Tuesday morning, she decided to go to the shop to look for him. But when she got there, the sales boy told her that he was not around. She asked about Annie, but she too was not around. Understanding what was playing out, Eno left. The sales boy shook his head pitifully at Eno as she left, feeling sorry for her. He was aware of the affair between his boss and Annie, but it was none of his concern. Uma finally returned home after 4 days and acted as if everything was okay. Eno tried to raise the conversation and remind him of their journey, but he was unapologetic and uninterested in it. He just warned her to respect herself and stay within limits if she still wanted the marriage. It was at that point that Eno knew that she had lost Umo. It hurts to accept, but that was her reality. She continued to try to talk to Umo, but Umo was lost. He was no longer even secretive about it, and Annie now boldly went around town, flaunting herself as the proud side chick of Umo, the wealthy businessman. Anna continued to endure this, hoping that one day Umo would come back to his right senses. She had even tried to reason with Annie, begging her to leave her husband alone. But Annie gave her the middle finger and told her to remain at home as her tenure was over. It's been 4 years, and Eno, seeing that Umo and Annie would never repent until they eventually killed her, decided to do something drastic. Since she couldn't have Umo, no one would have him. She would hit him hard where he least expects it, and not even his side chick Annie would be left out. She would pay for all the years of humiliation, heartbreak, loneliness, and mockery. Umo and Annie, I am coming for you both. Eno devised a plan. She studied their movements and knew the places they usually visited. Eno then disguised herself and met with one of the housekeepers at the hotel Umo and Annie usually lodged at. She offered a handsome pay that was very impossible to resist, and the deal was set. One evening, Umo and Annie visited the hotel as usual, and they ordered for drinks. The drinks were served, and they both started to drink to relax ahead of the night. Few minutes into the drink, Umo started to feel a tightening in his chest and intestines. He asked Annie for water, and she brought it for him. But still, the tightening wouldn't stop. Umo then started to cough, and much to Annie's shock, blood followed. What's wrong? Are you okay? Annie asked frantically. Umo's breathing became weak, and he struggled to speak. My chest. What did you do? Did you put anything in the drink? He asked, his eyes widening in fear. Annie was shocked and confused, but before she could do anything, Umo collapsed. Annie was terrified and immediately shouted for help. But by the time the ambulance arrived, it was too late. Umo was pronounced dead on the scene. The news of Umo's death spread quickly, and Annie was immediately arrested as the primary suspect. The authorities found her with Umo, and given their relationship, she was charged with murder. I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't do it. Annie pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she was led away in handcuffs. But the evidence was clearly against her. Eno's plan had worked. Annie was the scapegoat. Her affair with Umo was now a public scandal, one that would teach other side chicks a bitter, dreadful lesson. At Umo's funeral, Eno's heart was heavy with a mix of grief and satisfaction. She mourned the loss of the man she had once loved, a man who had betrayed her and their family. Her plan had succeeded, but it left her feeling empty. But she was sure of one thing. She was not going to be hurt again. It is all ended. She made sure that Annie was given the right sentence for murder. And when she went to visit her at the prison, Annie was in a pitiful state. She begged Eno to help her, claiming to know nothing about Umo's death. But Eno scoffed and said to her, you can now beg because you were caught. For years, I begged you to leave him, but you mocked me and rubbed the evil in my face. Maybe this is Karma's way of teaching you a lesson. Next time, in your next life, when you see a married man, you will never go close to him. I guess it's my turn to give you the middle finger, Eno said and walked away. Annie cried and cried, filled with regret for all her actions. Only now did she feel the pain Eno must have felt for all those years. But now, it was late, and she would face the consequences of killing Umo, even when she didn't. Eno sat alone in her home, reflecting on the path her life had taken. Her father's warning echoed in her mind. Poverty will humble a man, but his true colors show when he gains wealth. The realization that her father had been right weighed heavily on her. She wished she had listened to her father, yet she also knew that her love for Umo had been genuine. It was Umo who had changed, not her feelings for him. After mourning Umo for months, Eno decided it was time to move forward, leaving behind the pain and betrayal. She needed to start afresh, away from the memories and heartbreak. But first, she needed to return home to her father. And like the biblical prodigal son, Eno took her daughter and returned home to her parents. Her parents were filled with mixed feelings seeing her. Even though they had sent her away for disobeying them, they still missed her. Eno fell on her knees, asking for forgiveness, and she told them all that Eno did to her and how he eventually died in his side chick's hands. Her parents were really sorry for her. They knew that the poor vulcanizer was not to be trusted in that manner. But their daughter had been naive. They forgave her and were glad, however, that the union produced a child. They carried their granddaughter and showered her with love and kisses. Eno sold the electronic shop she had set up for Umo and used the proceeds to relocate to a different town, far away from Ikot and the painful memories it held. With the support of her parents, Eno found a job and raised her child, giving her all the parental care she could afford. Her daughter was aware of her father's demise, as Eno had explained to her that he passed on through an accident. Thank you for watching this story. Have you witnessed a scenario like this before? What did the wife do? And what became the fate of the unrepentant husband and the side chick? Do you think Eno was right in her revenge? What would you have suggested she did instead after sacrificing her life for Umo? I'll be in the comment section reading all your comments and opinions.
This story is about to get even more interesting. Therefore, I really need to know that you are enjoying the story. So say something in the comment section, or you can comment whatever it is that you like. I really want to see that you guys are enjoying the story for me to be motivated to post the next story. So please, first of all, subscribe. Secondly, please make sure to like the video. And thirdly, please write a comment, write anything. So first of all, tell me how interesting the story is and what you've actually learned.
Overwhelmed by his frustration, he lashed out at her. I have warned you about eating this much. I hate fat women and I can't bear it if you continue eating like an animal. Just look at you. This was not what I married. Once upon a time, in a lovely little village, nestled in the lush green hills of eastern Nigeria, There lived two inseparable friends named Oba and Eze. These two young men had been the best of friends since they were little boys, sharing every adventure and every challenge that came their way. What made their bond even more special was that both Oba and Eze were orphans. They had lost their parents when they were very young and had learned early on to rely on each other for support and companionship. Oba and Eze were known throughout the village for their kindness and their hard work. Despite the early hardship of losing their families, they never gave up. Instead, they worked even harder to make their mark. The villagers admired them, not just for their resilience, but also for their dedication to their work. Eze had a deep love for the earth and grew bountiful crops as a farmer. He was always up at the crack of dawn, tending to his fields with a joyful whistle on his lips. His farm was a patchwork of vibrant greens and yellows, stretching as far as the eye could see. Oba, on the other hand, was a master fisherman. His days were spent on the sparkling waters of the nearby river, casting his nets with a skill that seemed almost magical. The fish he caught were always the biggest and the freshest, which he would proudly bring back to the village market. His boat was his prized possession, and he cared for it as lovingly as he would a treasure. Together, Oba and Eze made a perfect team. Their friendship was a beacon of hope and joy in the village. They helped each other in their work, with Eze often providing Oba with some of his harvests to take to the market, and Oba sharing his catch to add a savory treat to Eze's table. This cooperation between them only made the villagers respect and love them even more. As time passed in the beautiful village where Oba and Eze lived, many seasons came and went, each one full of life and new growth. Eze, watching his farm flourish under his diligent care, decided that it was the perfect time to start a family on his own. His fields were abundant with crops, and he felt a longing to share his life's joy and success with someone special. Oba, ever the supportive friend, was thrilled when Eze shared his plans with him. He knew that Eze would make a wonderful husband and father, just as he was an excellent farmer. Eze soon married a lovely maiden from their village known for her kindness and beauty. Together, they welcomed two boys, Chike and Nonso, into their family. The boys were the pride of their parents, bringing laughter and joy into their home. Oba, though still unmarried at the time, was overjoyed for his friend and embraced his role as an honorary uncle to the boys. Their friendship remained strong and unshaken, even as their lives took on different new roles and responsibilities. 5 years after Eze's marriage, it was Oba's turn to find happiness in love. He married a beautiful woman whose beauty was talked about across the village. She had eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky, and her skin was as smooth and soft as the finest silk. Not long after, they were blessed with a baby girl. This little girl was so breathtakingly beautiful that everyone who saw her marveled at her loveliness. Her parents had both secretly hoped for a daughter as their first child. They were filled with immense joy. They decided to name her Ola, which means my precious jewel. Ola was indeed a precious jewel to her parents, a symbol of their love and happiness, a perfect blend of her father's strength and her mother's grace. The entire village celebrated her birth, and she grew up surrounded by love and admiration from all who knew her. As Ola grew up in a vibrant and close-knit village, she was enveloped in a world of love and admiration. From the moment she opened her eyes each morning to the time she closed them at night, she was cherished deeply by those around her. The villagers, her family and friends, formed a protective and affectionate circle around her, making her feel special every day. Her parents, filled with boundless love and pride, nurtured her with constant care and attention. They taught her the values of kindness, respect, and generosity, which she embraced wholeheartedly. Ola's bond with her family was a source of great joy for her, especially her relationship with Chike and Nonso, Eze's sons, who treated her like their beloved little sister. The boys were protective of her, always making sure she was happy and safe. They played games with her, shared stories, and included her in all their adventures, which made Ola very fond of them. As Ola blossomed into a kind and respectful young lady, her presence in the village became a beacon of light. Her willingness to help others, whether by assisting her mother with household chores or accompanying her father to the Boston village markets, made her well loved and respected by all. Her kindness radiated, touching the hearts of everyone she met, and her bright smile and gentle nature drew people to her. Whenever Ola visited Eze's home, Eze would look upon her with immense fondness and a twinkle in his eyes. He adored Ola and often teased her affectionately, calling her my son's wife, which always brought laughter and blushes from Ola. Eze harbored a hope, perhaps half in jest, that someday one of his sons might be lucky enough to marry Ola. He saw in her not just the outer beauty admired by all, but a deep goodness and a loving heart, qualities he valued highly and dreamed of seeing joined with his family. Ola was known throughout the village for her breathtaking beauty, a kind of beauty that seemed to cast a spell on everyone who laid eyes on her. Every man in the village dreamed of one day making her his bride. However, Chike and Nonso, the sons of Eze, were always by her side. Their constant presence made other suitors hesitant and a bit intimidated to approach her, leaving them only to admire her from afar. Chike, the elder of Eze's son, had harbored feelings for Ola since they were children. As they grew up, his affection only deepened. Yet, he kept his feelings hidden, worried about how his parents might react, and uncertain of how Ola might feel about him. Despite his deep love, Chike remained silent, holding onto the hope that he might one day reveal his true feelings to her. In contrast to Chike's reserved nature, Nonso was outgoing and always up for adventure, and he and Ola were inseparable. They spent countless hours together, often going on boating trips or fishing in the river. Their friendship was filled with laughter and shared secrets, and to anyone watching they seemed like the best of friends, perfectly at ease with each other. From a distance, Chike often observed them, a sense of sadness sometimes washing over him. He could see how close Nonso and Ola were, and he secretly wished that Ola could look into his heart and see the deep love he held for her. One sunny day, while the brothers were working hard on their farm, the heat from the sun grew intense, prompting them to seek refuge under a large tree. Seizing the moment, Chike decided to confront the question that had been weighing on his heart. He turned to Nonso and asked, "Nonso, Do you love Ola? What plans do you have for her? Nonso was taken aback by the sudden question. He hadn't expected such a direct conversation about feelings. But after a brief moment of shock and silence, he answered honestly, I love her. She's so beautiful and I hope to marry her. We also understand each other so well. Hearing this, Chike's heart shattered. He had always hoped that Nonso just saw Ola as a friend and sister, not a future wife. Every day, he had dreamed of being the one to marry Ola, waiting for just the right moment to express his feelings. Realizing that he might have missed his chance, Chike felt a surge of heartbreak. Unable to contain his emotions, he stood up abruptly and stormed off the farm, leaving a confused Nonso behind, who couldn't understand what had upset his brother so deeply. Ola had a special place in her heart for Nonso. She cherished her friendship with Chike, who looked after her like a big brother, always caring and protective. But it was Nonso who truly understood how to light up her world. He was her soulmate, the one who could make her burst into laughter with just a word or a playful gesture. Being with Nonso was like being in a constant bubble of laughter and joy, and Ola enjoyed every minute of it. Chike, observing the happiness that Nonso brought into Ola's life, felt a mix of joy and a deep aching sadness. He too had feelings for Ola, but seeing her smile so freely with Nonso made him realize that her happiness was more important than his own desires. It was a tough, painful decision, but Chike chose to step aside. He decided that he would rather see Ola happy with Nonso than pursue his own feelings at the cost of her joy. Soon after, Nonso proposed to Ola in a beautiful, heartfelt moment, and she joyfully accepted. The news of their engagement brought great celebration among both families and the entire village. Everyone was thrilled at the union, which would strengthen the bond between the two families who had long been friends. The night before their wedding, a bundle of emotions, Chike called Nonso aside. They sat under the stars sharing a keg of palm wine, a symbol of their brotherhood and the deep talks they often had. With a heavy heart, Chike opened up to his brother. You know, Ola has always been like a sister to us, and we both love her dearly, he began, his voice thick with emotion. If you hadn't asked her to marry you, I would have been the one to do so. But you are my brother, and seeing you happy is my happiness too. I'm asking you, as both her future husband and as the brother she has always had, please take good care of Ola. She's the only sister we've ever known, and I couldn't bear it if she were unhappy. As Chike spoke those words, his heart shattered into pieces. He knew it was important for Nonso to understand the depth of his feelings. Nonso listened in silence, taking in every word with growing respect and a bit of shock. He hadn't realized Chike's feelings were so deep. He felt a profound gratitude that Chike had chosen to share this with him, and he gave his brother his solemn promise. I will take care of Ola, not just as my wife, but as the precious sister we both cherish. This promise sealed a new understanding between the brothers, binding them even closer through their shared love for Ola. On her wedding day, Ola was a vision to behold, radiant and glowing with happiness. Her smile lit up the entire place, And every time she smiled, it seemed to brighten the day even more. As Nonso watched her walk towards him, his heart skipped a beat with overwhelming joy. Today, he was marrying not just the love of his life, but his very best friend, and the thought filled him with immense happiness. As part of the village's cherished traditions, Ola gracefully knelt down and offered Nonso a cup of palm wine, symbolizing respect and love, just as their culture had taught them. Nonso accepted the cup with a proud and joyful smile. Their eyes locked in a moment of deep connection. With that simple act, their lives were intertwined forever. The crowd around them burst into cheers and jubilation, dancing and celebrating the union of two beloved souls. The air was charged with happiness, and the sound of celebration echoed far and wide. Chike, amidst the joy and dancing, felt a pang in his heart as he watched the celebrations. He kept his emotions tightly reined in, managing a smile as he observed the beautiful ceremony. Although it was tough to see the woman he had quietly loved marrying his brother, he genuinely wished them all the happiness in the world. As he stood there, he clung to the hope that someday he too would find someone to love with all his heart, someone who would bring him the same joy he saw on his brother and Ola's faces that day. With a deep breath, Chike shared louder, his voice mingling with the joyful sounds around him, and whispered a silent wish for his brother and new sister-in-law's happiness. He hoped that one day he would also embrace a love so profound and find the happiness that now lit up his brother's life. Nonso and Ola initially experienced great happiness in their marriage. Their love story was celebrated throughout the village, and everyone spoke highly of the joyous couple. Their parents too were filled with pride and happiness, seeing their children settled and in love. Ola was an only child and had been raised with great care and love, which she now poured into her marriage. She respected and cherished Nonso deeply, and he, in return, loved her. Their home was a haven of joy and laughter, a true embodiment of their love. However, their blissful life began to change when Ola became pregnant. At first, the news of the pregnancy brought them immense joy. They dreamed of their future together as parents, filled with excitement and anticipation. But as the months passed and Ola's body began to change with the pregnancy, so too did Nonso's attitude towards her. Nonso had always admired Ola's beauty and her slender figure, features that initially attracted him to her as they both grew up together. As Ola's pregnancy progressed, and she naturally gained weight, Nonso found himself struggling with feelings he hadn't anticipated. He became easily irritated, and the smallest things seemed to set him off. One evening, Nonso returned from work to find Ola eating a big plate of fufu. The sight unexpectedly triggered a harsh reaction from him. Overwhelmed by his frustration, he lashed out at her. "I have warned you about eating this much. I hate fat women and I can't bear it if you continue eating like an animal. Just look at you. This was not what I married." With that, he stormed out of the house, leaving Ola in shock and heartbreak. Ola sat there, hot, as tears began to roll down her cheeks. She had always believed that their love was strong and unbreakable and that nothing could ever come between them. The harsh words from Nonso cut deep, making her question the very foundation of their relationship. She felt betrayed and alone, a stark contrast to the loving partnership they had enjoyed. As she tried to comprehend Nonso's harsh reaction, Ola's heart ached. The man she loved, the man she married, seemed like a stranger now. His words echoed in her mind, filling her with sadness and doubt. She had thought their love would withstand any challenge, but his reaction to her pregnancy revealed a side of Nonso she had never seen before. The joy of their expected child was now overshadowed by pain and uncertainty. Ola's appetite vanished as she pondered her next step. She needed to understand why Nonso was acting this way and whether their love could survive this unexpected strain. As time passed, Ola's situation grew increasingly difficult. She had chosen not to tell her family about the troubles she was facing, clinging to the hope that Nonso was just going through a temporary phase and that things would return to normal. But as days turned into weeks, Nonso's behavior only worsened. He became distant and cold, no longer showing her the affection they once shared. Nonso would stay out late into the night and come home intoxicated, his mood dark and violent. When he spoke to Ola, his words were cruel and hurtful. He would call her names like fat fool. It was a side of Nonso she had never imagined she would see. The loving husband she remembered seemed to have disappeared completely. Ola was heartbroken. Alone in their home, she would often sit and cry, overwhelmed by the changes in her life and the man she loved. She tried repeatedly to explain to Nonso that it was natural for her body to change during pregnancy, but her words fell on deaf ears. He continued to mock and talk down on her at every given opportunity, and their relationship, once full of love and happiness, had turned bitter and filled with pain. Their daughter's birth should have been a joyous occasion, and indeed, both families came together to celebrate the beautiful new life. Nonso put on a facade of happiness, not wanting anyone to suspect that anything was wrong. During the weeks that Ola's mother stayed with them to help with the new baby, Nonso behaved as if everything was fine, masking the truth of their strained relationship. However, once her mother left, Nonso's pretense fell away, and his cruel behavior returned with even greater intensity. He became neglectful and harsh, not even caring that Ola was struggling to recover from childbirth and trying to breastfeed their daughter. He neglected her needs, sometimes even withholding food, and lived as if he had no responsibilities at home. When Ola tried to confront him about his actions, he would lash out and beat her up violently, yelling, "How dare you question me, you fat idiot!" He even threatened to leave her if she doesn't lose weight. Every day brought new tears for Ola. She felt utterly alone, no one to turn to for help or even comfort. The man she had once loved so deeply had become a source of fear and pain, leaving her isolated in her suffering. Ola was trapped in a circle of despair, unsure of how to find a way out or whom she could trust to share her burden of her troubled marriage. Ola felt unable to confide in her mother about her struggles, fearing that it would cause unnecessary worry. She bore her troubles alone, hoping for a resolution that seemed increasingly distant. After his brother's marriage, Chike had moved into the city to put some distance between himself and his unrequited love, seeking the space he needed to heal from his heartbreak. In the city, he started a new business, which fortunately thrived, bringing him a measure of peace and success. When he learned that Ola had given birth, he decided it was time to visit, hoping to reconnect with his brother and meet his new niece. Chike arrived at Nonso and Ola's home when Nonso was not there, giving him a chance to speak with Ola alone. He was surprised to see that Ola had gained weight, a change he had not expected. Despite this, she remained beautiful in his eyes. However, what struck him more deeply was the evident sadness in her eyes, a stark contrast to the joyful Ola he remembered. "What's wrong?" Chike asked immediately, concern coloring his voice as he took a seat. Seeing Chike's genuine worry, Ola could no longer hold back her emotions. Tears streamed down her face as she poured out everything that had been happening to her, the pain and emotional abuse she had been enduring at the hands of Nonso. Chike listened, his heart pounding with shock and anger. He had always seen the love Ola and Nonso shared as something pure and strong, and it was hard to believe that their marriage had soured so drastically in just 2 years. "Are you telling the truth?" Chike asked, needing to hear it again. Ola nodded, her tears not ceasing. Filled with rage at the injustice his sister-in-law was suffering, Chike was still processing this when Nonso stumbled into the house clearly drunk. Without hesitation and driven by his fury, Chike confronted Nonso physically, overwhelmed by a desire to protect Ola. The brothers scuffled fiercely, with Chike overpowering Nonso easily, each punch fueled by his anger and the betrayal he felt on behalf of Ola. Ola, terrified that Chike might seriously harm Nonso, screamed for help. Her voice filled with panic. Her cries pierced the tumult, reaching Chike's conscious cooling rage. Seeing Nonso writhing in pain on the floor, Chike roared, "I warned you. If you ever hurt her again, I swear I will come back and you will regret it. Never lay your filthy hands on her or speak abusive words to her again. I never knew you could be so heartless." Shaken by the intensity of the confrontation and unable to bear Nonso's presence any longer, Chike stormed out of the house and drove straight to his parents' home to inform them of the dire situation and seek their counsel on what could be done to ensure Ola's safety and well-being. When Chike revealed the troubles between Ola and Nonso to Eze and his wife, they were deeply saddened and shocked. They had no idea about the struggles Ola had been facing, as she had never spoken to them about her marital issues. "I always knew Nonso could be aggressive and immature, but I thought his love for her was genuine," Eze expressed, his voice heavy with disappointment and hurt. "We must address this immediately. I can't let this situation damage the long-standing relationship between our families." Eze wasted no time and called for an urgent family meeting. When everyone gathered, he looked at Nonso with a mix of anger and concern. "What has gotten into you, Nonso?" he demanded, the disappointment clear in his tone. Nonso, feeling the weight of his father's words and the stern looks from the family, was overwhelmed with shame. "I want you to explain yourself," Eze pressed on, urging Nonso to speak. After a pause, Nonso finally spoke. "She was gaining weight, and I didn't like it. I married her because I loved her slender stature. But when she got pregnant, she started eating more and kept getting bigger and bigger. I just couldn't stand it." Hearing this, tears began streaming down Ola's face, and Chike had to hold back his anger, fighting the urge to confront Nonso physically again. Eze's wife then took the floor, her voice stern yet full of wisdom. "Not all women are able to retain their figures after childbirth. Women endure a lot, and it is unrealistic to expect them to look the same as before. Ola is still beautiful, and she's a good woman. She deserves a better treatment. For heaven's sake, Nonso, she just bore your child. You should be treating her with so much love and respect. It seems you were only captivated by her looks and never really understood her. True love goes beyond physical appearance. It's about seeing and appreciating your partner from within. That's what sustains a relationship when external beauty fades. Eze nodded in agreement with his wife's word and turned to Nonso. Your mother is right. You can and should do better. Following the family meeting, Nonso's physical abuse stopped, and he started giving Ola the silent treatment. He barely spoke to her and avoided any physical contact, often leaving the house for long hours. Feeling increasingly isolated and alone in raising their child, Ola found herself crying endlessly, unable to bear the loneliness and emotional neglect. When she reached her breaking point, her mother-in-law advised her to return to her parents' home until Nonso came to his senses. A realization that heartbreakingly never came. Ola's parents welcomed her and her child with open arms, saddened by the pain but supportive. Despite Nonso's actions, Eze and Oba maintained their friendship, recognizing that Nonso's feelings were his own and not reflective of his family's values. Not long after Ola left, Nonso remarried, revealing that he had likely been seeking an opportunity to start anew for some time. Ola's family, seeing that Nonso had remarried, returned Ola's bride price. This was a traditional way of showing that the girl was now free to marry again. Ola was devastated. Nonso had been her childhood friend, and the thought that he could discard their shared histories and memories so easily was crushing. She realized painfully that Nonso had never truly understood what love meant, having been fixated only on her physical beauty. This realization broke her down even more, as she grappled with the fact that the man she loved had been so shallow. Life in the village became unbearable for Ola. Everywhere she went, she couldn't escape the pain of seeing her estranged husband with another woman. The whispers and gossips of the village women made her feel like she was constantly being watched and judged. Determined to find a fresh start and a better life for herself and her daughter, Ola decided to move to the city and pursue her passion for tailoring, a skill she had mastered over the years. Her parents, always her biggest supporters, backed her decision wholeheartedly. They provided her with the funds she needed to set up her new life and sent her off with prayers for success and happiness. Ola's mother, with tears in her eyes, hugged her daughter tightly, whispering hopeful blessings that the city would bring her the peace and joy she deserved. Once Ola settled in the city, Ola quickly established her tailoring business. She found joy in her work, and it wasn't long before she started gaining a reputation for her skilled craftsmanship. As her business flourished, Ola began to regain her confidence. She started losing the weight she had gained during her troubled marriage, and her smile returned, brighter than ever. Both she and her daughter rediscovered happiness, enjoying their new life free from the shadows of the past. One rainy evening, after a long day at her shop, Ola and her daughter found themselves stranded at a bus stop. The sky was darkening rapidly, and her daughter, tired and upset, began to cry. Ola held her close, trying to shelter her from the rain, praying for a miracle to get them home quickly. Just then, a car pulled up in front of them. Chike, who had moved to the same city, had occasionally noticed someone familiar in that area, but he hadn't realized it was Ola. He hadn't seen her since she moved and was unaware that she was now living in the city. As he drove past the bus stop that day, he saw a woman and her child, and something made him take a closer look. To his surprise, it was Ola. Overjoyed and relieved to see a familiar face, Ola greeted Chike with a warm smile. Chike's eyes swept all over Ola. She looked so different and had slimmed down a lot, unlike when he last saw her. He offered to drive them home, and during the ride, they caught up on everything that had happened in their lives over the past few years. She explained how she had started her own tailoring business, which was now doing well, but admitted that she had felt quite lonely in the big city. Chike listened intently, his heart going out to Ola and her daughter. He was saddened to hear about the dissolution of her marriage, but relieved that she was out of a bad situation, impressed by her resilience and success. When they arrived at Ola's house, Chike promised to visit them over the weekend, wanting to stay in touch and continue offering his support. As he drove away, he felt a renewed connection to Ola, admiring her strength and determination to rebuild her life for the better. Back in the village, Nonto's life was far from peaceful. After Ola left, he had married a woman named Uju, who turned out to be very aggressive and confrontational. Nonto and Uju were both strong-willed and often clashed with each other. Their energies matched. Their home was filled with shouting, fighting, and arguments that lasted from sunrise to sunset. Whenever Nonto came home late, the situation escalated even more, turning their house into a battleground. Nonto's relationship with his parents hadn't improved either. They were still upset with him for how he had treated Ola, and because of this, he felt he couldn't turn to them for help or support. His new life with Uju was chaotic and stressful. Unlike Ola, Uju hadn't had any children yet, but she made Nonto's life very miserable. As the days went by, Nonto started to feel the weight of his choices. He began to see how different his life with Uju was compared to how it had been with Ola. The constant fights and the tense atmosphere at home made him realize what he had lost. Living with Uju was tough, and it made him miss the peace and love that he had taken for granted with Ola. Slowly, Nonto started to regret his actions and the mistakes he had made, wishing he had appreciated Ola more when they were together. Meanwhile, Ola and Chike found themselves reconnecting and deepening their friendship in the city. After his busy days at work, Chike often drove to Ola's shop to pick her up and take her and her daughter Mma home. Mma quickly won Chike's heart. She was a little version of her mother, both in looks and spirit, and he cherished the moments he spent playing and laughing with them. As the days turned into weeks, Ola and Chike's bond grew stronger. They started spending more time together, enjoying outings that felt like dates, even though they never labeled them as such. Laughter became a common sound in their interactions, filling the spaces around them with warmth and joy. Ola was unaware that Chike had harbored feelings for her all these years, and for Chike, seeing Ola again reignited those old flames just when he thought he had moved past them. Yet, he couldn't shake off a lingering concern. One day, feeling the need for some guidance, Chike decided to visit his village to talk with his father. His parents were sitting outside their hut when he arrived, and their faces lit up with joy at the sight of him. It had been a long time since their last meeting, and they spent hours catching up. During their conversation, his mother mentioned Nonso and his new wife Uju. He hasn't visited us, but we've heard that the girl he married is really giving him a hard time. He married Uju, you know, that beautiful girl, the daughter of Okori. That girl is known for her fiery temper and fights fiercely. I'm sure Nonso is too ashamed to come and see us, she explained. Although Chike was still upset with Nonso for his treatment of Ola, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for his brother. Later that night, after everyone else had gone to bed, Chike opened up to his father. Papa, I need your advice for a friend, he began cautiously. He's fallen in love with a woman who was once married to his brother. He's confused and doesn't know what to do. Eze chuckled, seeing through Chike's story. He knew his son was talking about himself, but decided to play along. Is this brother of his remarried? He asked. Yes, Chike nodded. Then, I think the woman is free to marry again. If he loves her that much, he should marry her, Eze advised. Then, with a twinkle in his eyes, he added, By the way, enough about your friend. When are you getting married? Chike laughed, appreciating his father's light-hearted approach. Soon, Papa, he promised. They continued to talk late into the night, sharing stories and advice until they were too tired to stay awake and retired to their beds, each comforted by the other's presence. When Chike returned to the city, filled with newfound confidence and certainty about his feelings, he decided it was time to take a significant step forward with Ola. He invited her out to a quiet, intimate place where they could talk privately. There, he opened his heart to her, sharing his deep feelings that had started in their childhood and how they had persisted over the years. He also confided in her about the pain he felt seeing her with Nonso and how his love had never waned despite the circumstances. Ola was taken aback by Chike's revelation. She had always known that Chike cared deeply for her and her daughter, but she hadn't realized the depth of his feelings, that he was truly in love with her. Chike's demeanor had always been a stark contrast to Nonso. He was calm and thoughtful, and he had a gentle way about him that always made her feel safe and valued. She remembered how he defended her when Nonso was unkind and how he had always been there, a steady presence of support and kindness. Seeing how genuine Chike's feelings were, and recalling all the moments they had shared together, Ola accepted his proposal. It wasn't just his words that convinced her, but his consistent love and respect he had shown her and her daughter. As the relationship grew stronger, Chike proposed marriage, and Ola, overwhelmed with emotion, said yes through tears of joy. She hugged him tightly, knowing in her heart that this was true love, one that saw beyond appearances to the essence of her soul. The news of their engagement was a surprise to both families. While Eze had his suspicions due to his conversation with Chike, the rest were taken aback but pleased. Ola's family, seeing the genuine affection and respect Chike showed towards Ola, readily gave their blessing. They all appreciated that Chike was a man just like his father, honorable, kind, and loving. The couple held a small traditional marriage ceremony in the village to honor their roots, followed by plans for a grand wedding celebration in the city. On their wedding day, Chike's heart overflowed with happiness, grateful for the chance to spend his life with Ola, the woman he had always loved. Chike treated Ola like a queen, cherishing her every day felt a happiness with Chike that she had never experienced before. His love transformed her world, making her feel treasured and respected. Ola reveled in the security and affection Chike provided, knowing she now lived the life she truly deserved, a life filled with love, respect, and joy. Since Ola left, Nonto's life turned upside down. Everything seemed to go wrong, and he couldn't find happiness or success in anything he did. When he heard that his own brother Chike had married Ola, it felt like a punch to his heart. Ola had been such a good woman and a true source of peace and happiness in his life, but he had let her go over trivial things that he thought were important at that time. Nonto realized too late that he had made a huge mistake. He had traded his happiness for pride and petty concerns, losing Ola forever to his kinder, gentler brother. This realization filled him with regret, and he knew he had to live with the consequences of his actions. Now stuck in an unhappy marriage, he often thought about the calm and loving life he could have had with Ola. Meanwhile, Chike and Ola were building a beautiful life together in the city. They were blessed with more children, each adding joy and laughter to the family. Their love for each other stayed strong and vibrant, renewing with each passing day. Chike had promised to love her, whether she was fat or thin, ugly or beautiful. He pledged his undying love to her. They truly lived happily, surrounded by the love and warmth of their growing family, cherishing each moment and grateful for the life they shared.
One day, Ola decided to confront her husband. She could not endure her husband's attitude any longer. She became angry at Ade and began to scold him. But Ade didn't care about his wife's pain, and he began to beat Ola even in her pregnancy. He beat Ola until she fainted. Once upon a time, in Udeme village, there lived a woman named Ola, who was 37 years old. At 37, she had everything: a thriving business and financial security, the respect of the village as well. Yet, there was one thing she longed for, which was missing in her life, and that was a husband. Ola was the first daughter in her family, and she had 3 younger sisters. 2 were happily married and living peacefully with their husbands. She was left in her father's house with her youngest sister, who was the last daughter of the family. All her friends were married and had children, and this made Ola feel really sad and depressed each time she came across any of her childhood friends. Although it was not like suitors were not coming for Ola. Suitors were coming in their numbers, but they were not the kind of men Ola wanted for herself, because they were not rich. They were all broke men. Ola felt they were not on the same level with her. Perhaps they were coming for her money, so for that reason she rejected them. She was longing for a man who was on the same financial level as her, but such men were not coming for her hand in marriage. Although Ola was not bothered, because she believed that God's time was the best for her. But things began to take ugly turns for Ola when a suitor came for her youngest sister's hand in marriage. On the day her sister's marital rights was to be paid, all her aunties and uncles who came in from different towns were in attendance for her sister's marriage. Their house was filled with visitors. Ola, who was so busy with the preparations, bumped into one of her aunts named Bisola. Her aunt began to ask her questions.
Ola, is this you?
Wow, you're still not yet married. What is keeping you waiting, eh? What are you still waiting for? Time is no longer on your side. All your younger sisters are married. You are a beautiful woman. You should have men coming for you, eh? So what is the problem, Ola? Ola was lost in words, and he didn't even know how to give reply to her auntie. She said to her, "Auntie, God's time is the best. I am waiting on God. And besides, I have not seen the one I love." You don't have to say that. Heaven helps those that help themselves. You have to do better, Ola. Ola left her aunt's presence in shame. As she was about to move inside her house, she saw some group of women pointing at her. She overheard them making some side talks.
Is this not the eldest of them? Why is she not yet married? Her younger sisters are all married, and yet she's comfortably making preparations for her younger sister. What is she still waiting for?
She will soon enter menopause. Look at her. She thinks she's still a young girl. Maybe she has a bad character. That is why she's still not married, and no man finds her attractive. Ola, on hearing those side talks from these women, became very sad. She ran into her room, locked herself up, and began to cry while she questioned God.
Oh God, why don't you just give me a husband of my choice? Why don't you just give me my own husband? Must I be mocked for my prayers to be answered?
While there were celebrations going on at the compound, Ola was inside her room crying her eyes out. She refused to go out all through the event. Her second younger sister, named Idafe, noticed her absence. She came into the room and saw her sister sobbing and crying. She sat down with her and began to give her sister words of encouragement. But Ola, whose heart was so broken, asked her sister to leave because she needed to be left alone. Ola continued to weep until she slept off on her bed in her own tears. Few days after the celebration, Ola was now left home alone with her father and her mother. The absence of a husband in her life made her feel lonely, empty and unfulfilled, even though she had a successful booming business. She was depressed. Things got even worse for Ola when her mother began to pressure her to get married. Her mother would nag her and question her at every mistake she makes, and would always blame her mistakes on her inability to marry. Ola could not keep up with her mother's constant nagging. To avoid it, she stopped coming home every night and opted to sleep at her store. She only returned home during the weekend. One fateful afternoon, while Ola was in her store thinking about her life, a friend of hers named Ayo came to visit her. Ayo saw Ola looking so sad and moody, deeply lost in her thoughts. She quickly called Ola, and Ola sprung in surprise. "Ola, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so moody and sad? Would it be because you are yet to find a husband?" "Well, for me, I would advise you to try to find a way and get pregnant. Try to have at least one child. You're not getting any younger before menopause hits." Ola, on hearing this advice from her friend, became even more sad. So she decided and made up her mind that she was going to accept any man that comes again for her hand in marriage. It didn't matter if he was poor or rich or had something doing. All she wanted was just a man. But unfortunately for Ola, men were no longer coming. So she began to pray to God to give her just any man. After 2 months, one day while at her store, she met a young man named Ade. Ade was a tall, handsome man, and he was in his early 40s. He had come to make some purchase from Ola's store, and he saw her and liked her. Ade started to make advances at Ola, and she readily accepted his advances. During their courtship, Ola noticed some strange and troubling behaviors in Ade. However, she dismissed them, clinging only to the belief that he would change after marriage. Ola, blinded by her own financial security, never bothered to find out the kind of job Ade did for a living. All she knew was that he was working, and she assumed everything would be fine as long as she had money. The desperation for marriage clouded Ola's judgment. She ignored all the red flags about Ade. Anything that could make her dislike Ade or force her to reconsider him was conveniently ignored. All she craved for was to be married. A few months later, Ola and Ade tied the knots. Congratulations rained down on them, especially from Ola's mother, who was relieved that her daughter had finally found a husband. The day unfolded in a joyous celebration, but as the last guest departed, a strange emptiness settled over Ola. Ola was now left to face her marriage. The truth about her decision, the truth she had desperately ignored, began to unfold before her very eyes. Few months into the marriage, Ola discovered a harsh truth. Ade was unemployed and had lied about having a job. This revelation didn't faze Ola, because she was very rich and didn't see that as a problem since she had money. A wealthy woman in her own right, believing money could solve any problem. She impulsively withdrew a huge sum of money from her business and handed it over to Ade to start a business venture. Ade was very happy and thanked his wife graciously. But Ade never used that money for business. He had no intentions of starting a business. He squandered the money on drinks and luxurious items. The truth shattered Ola. When she discovered Ade had squandered the entire sum, a crushing weight of sadness and regret settled over her. She desperately wished she had never entrusted him with such a huge amount of money. Few months later, Ola became pregnant with her first child. She was so happy that finally she was going to be a mother. As her pregnancy progressed, managing both her business and the home became increasingly difficult for her. She needed a helping hand in her business. She asked her husband, who was jobless, doing nothing at the moment, to help her. But Ade bluntly refused and told her that he was not familiar with how her business works. Even though pregnant, Ola worked hard every day at her business. She also cooked, cleaned, and even washed her husband's clothes after work. Ade, on the other hand, didn't help at all. He just slept and ate all day long. Each time Ola tried to ask him to find something doing or help with some house chores at home in order to relieve her of some burdens, her husband would get angry and leave home for days without coming back. While heavily pregnant and worried sick, Ola would sit outside at night waiting for him to come home, but he would never come home for days. One day, Ola decided to confront her husband. She could not endure her husband's attitude any longer. She became angry at Ade and began to scold him. But Ade didn't care about his wife's pain, and he began to beat Ola even in her pregnancy. He beat Ola until she fainted. He said to her,
"This is just the beginning, you stupid woman. Try me again and see what I will do to you. Next time, I will make sure you join your ancestors."
Ade went out, leaving his wife, who was bleeding and not minding the fact that her life could be in danger. Ola was taken to the hospital by her neighbor. Fortunately for her, she didn't lose her baby. She came back home after she fully recovered. Ade didn't come back home for days. Neither did he ask about Ola or his unborn child. But a few weeks later, he came back home. Ola, on seeing her husband's attitude, decided not to bother him about finding a job or working. She continued to struggle until 9 months after her pregnancy was due. She gave birth to her first child, a baby boy. Being a new mother was not easy on Ola, but she continued to endure and manage her home responsibly. 2 years later, Ola took in again and gave birth to her second baby, this time a baby girl. After the birth of her second child, life became so hard for Ola. Her workload increased, but there was no one to assist her. She needed the assistance of her husband, but her husband Ade was so lazy to assist her at home or at her business. All he did was sleep and eat. One day, Ola could not endure any of it any longer. She became so angry, and out of frustration, she began to scold Ade, telling him to be useful and perform his fatherly duties. But Ade, who would not see reason with his wife, rather, he felt Ola was insulting him, and out of anger, he began to beat Ola. After beating her, he immediately left home. He went to his in-laws' house and reported Ola to her father and mother. He told them that Ola was very disrespectful to him and that she always insulted him simply because she had more money than him. Her mother was not happy to hear that her daughter was disrespecting her husband, and so she decided to visit her daughter and caution her and also ask her the reasons behind her actions. Saying that his mother-in-law was coming to stay, Ade was worried she might discover about his bad habits. He came up with an idea after so many hours of thinking. Early the next morning, while everyone was still asleep, Ade took some of his belongings and left home. He left very early when no one could see him. When the day broke, Ola woke up and could not find her husband. She searched all the corners of her house and the village, but her husband was nowhere to be found. Ola was confused and couldn't understand his sudden disappearance. Just when she was thinking about her husband's disappearance, a sudden realization struck her. She hurried into her room to check on the money she hid for restocking her business, only to find out the money was missing and nowhere to be found. Ola screamed. She fell on her knees and began to cry. Is this the end of my business? Is this the end for me? Who will I run to? I have gone from eating on the table to eating on the ground. Ola kept crying while her mother tried to console her. It then occurred to Ola that she had married an irresponsible person as a husband. Her business was at the verge of falling because she had no money to restock her goods. All her money was gone. In order to return her business, she borrowed a huge sum of money from the women community organization which she was part of. They lent her a sustainable amount of money for her to pay back in 3 months' time. Her business was booming and came back to normal in no long time. 3 months later, Ade came back all of a sudden, fell on his knees and began to plead with Ola to accept him back. Ola, out of anger, poured water on him and chased him out with a big stick. Ade ran out in fear. Few days later, he came back to plead for forgiveness. This time around, he came with his family members. They all knelt down begging Ola to forgive Ade, and they promised Ola they would pay for the damages their son had caused, but she should give them some time to come up with the money. Ola forgave Ade and accepted him back for the sake of their children, because she didn't want them to grow up without their father. Ade became of good conduct and began to take care of the home and help his wife in her business. Ola was very happy and felt that her husband had turned a new leaf. She began to praise God and thank him. Ade worked so hard to gain her trust back, and it worked. But after 6 months, it was time for Ola to return the money she had borrowed back from the women community. Early that morning, Ola returned home carrying a surprisingly large sum of money. She went straight to the bathroom for a shower. After drying up and getting dressed, she rushed to the spot where she had hidden the money, but it was gone. Panic surged through her as she frantically searched every single corner of the room, yet there was no trace of the money. She went to the living room to ask her husband if he had seen any money, but her husband was not in the living room. She searched all around the house, but there was no trace of him. She ran outside her house, screaming her husband's name, but no one answered. And it occurred to her that again her husband had gone missing with her money. Ola, unable to bear the shock, fainted and collapsed outside. Her neighbors found her lying there, and after sprinkling some water on her face, she regained consciousness. Overwhelmed with despair, Ola cried uncontrollably. The impending meeting she had with the women's organization from whom she had borrowed money terrified her. What could she possibly say? Would they even listen? Sleep evaded her. Her mind was consumed deeply by worry. She considered running away from the village with her children. But on a second thought, she realized that running away would make her a thief and bring shame to her family. Her parents would be implicated, and the organization might even hold her mother responsible for paying the debt. So she decided she was going to stay and face the consequences. When Ola arrived at the venue of the meeting, she became so scared. She tearfully explained what happened and how she had lost the money. The news triggered anger among many members. They couldn't accept losing such a large sum. They reminded Ola that the money represented contributions made throughout the year, intended for a year-end disbursements. Some women, particularly upset, even decided and threatened to take action against Ola. Ola left the meeting venue in shame, fear, and disappointment because she didn't know what actions might be taken up against her by the women organization. When she got home, she held her children and began to cry. It felt like the worst moment of her life. She began to flash back through her life and she cursed the day she met Ade. 2 days later, members of the women's organization arrived at Ola's house with the police. They arrested her and took her away, leaving her young toddlers alone. A kind neighbor took the children in, while someone else was sent to inform Ola's mother about what had happened and asked her to come and pick her 2 grandchildren. When her mother arrived, she wept bitterly and took her 2 grandchildren home with her. Ola was jailed for 2 weeks and 2 days, after which she was taken to court and was found guilty. Ola was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment. She had to serve 7 years jail term just to recompensate for the money that was lost. She had already served 2 years in jail, but luck smiled on her again. A rich, powerful man of God came for evangelism at the prisons, and after preaching to the inmates, he saw Ola seated at the corner and crying. He was attracted to Ola, and he asked her why she was crying. Ola narrated all that had happened to her. He felt so sorry for Ola, and he decided he was going to help her clear the debt. The next day, the pastor cleared all the debt Ola was owing. An agreement was signed at the police station, and Ola was released from the prison. Ola went on her knees and thanked the man of God for saving her. The man of God also gave her a very huge amount of money to add to her business. Ola was about to be twice as rich as she was before. She thanked God deeply for remembering her after years of suffering. She opened her business and it began to boom even more than before, and she became a very rich woman in the village. Ola swore never to marry again or have anything to do with any man. She lived with her 2 children in peace and happiness. After some months, Ola located her ex-husband and arrested him for stealing and fraud, and he was sentenced to 14 years imprisonment. The moral lesson of this story makes us understand that we must not allow societal pressure to rush us into marriage. Marriage needs preparation. Ola felt pressure to get married because all her younger sisters were married, and because of societal expectations. This clouded her judgment and led her to marry someone who wasn't right for her. And at the time when she was suffering, the society was not there to suffer with her. The story teaches us that rushing into decisions due to pressure or desperation can lead to unhappy consequences. It's important to take your time, choose wisely, and prioritize quality relationship to create a strong and supportive partnership. It is important for parents to protect their children and not pressure them into making harsh decisions out of desperation. Dear uncles and aunties, please stop asking, when will you get married? There are other things to ask about. Do not pressure the young ones into getting married. You do not know if the person is trying to heal from a very painful heartbreak or going through some emotional distress. Overall, let us be kind to people and not gossip about their predicaments, whether they are yet unmarried or they are yet to bear children. Let us not be the reason why someone goes into depression or why someone has to make a desperate decision.
This is based on a true life story. In a beautiful city of Oka Town in Anambra State, there lived 2 beautiful friends, Adobe and Adugo. Those friends are inseparable. They were very close to each other. They loved each other like sisters. In the village, they always referred to them as sisters, as they were too close and did everything together. They went to the same secondary school, and when they were done, they still went to the same university. But as life may have it, Adobe wasn't from a rich family, but Adugo was from a rich family. Adobe, who wasn't from a rich family, after the university, was given out in marriage to a man named Obinna. Obinna, who was a trader in the village market. Obinna sells stockfish, but his stockfish business wasn't doing well as Obinna wasn't also financially stable. The business was always having break and quench. That means Obinna had to always go borrowing in order to sustain the business. With time, Obinna couldn't keep up with the business, and that was how Obinna became jobless. Adobe, on the other hand, was striving in every little way she could to maintain her family. She started by hawking pap. She wakes up very early in the morning to make hot akara and pap, carrying it from every street, trying to make ends meet. At the end of the day, she goes to the market, buy whatsoever her money could buy, and come back and make food for the family. Obinna genuinely loved his wife. He was so happy. He was thankful that God gave him a beautiful wife, a determined wife, a wife that could carry the home, a wife that knew she's a helping mate, not someone who just wants to sit and lie down and be fed. He was so grateful to her. Adugo, who is also from a rich family, left Oka and traveled to, to the big city. She traveled to Lagos, and after a long while, she sent message to her friend Adobe from an internet chat, and Adobe was surprised. Adugo told her that, my sweet sister Adobe, I've been trying to reach you. Eh, I've been trying to reach you, but I couldn't as you've changed your name. And you know, I left Oka before you got married. Adobe was so excited. They started catching up on lost times and lost memory. Adobe felt that since Adugo is a very good friend of her, she should let her family problem out to her. So Adobe told Adugo the struggles that is going on in her family, how her husband, who was once a stockfish seller, doesn't have money to buy more goods to sell. And for her, she hawks akara and pap round the streets of Oka. Adugo was moved, and she thought to herself, it is better you come to Lagos so that I can help and support you with everything I can. Any little thing I can, I will help you out. But Adobe told her that, you know, I'm the woman, and it is somehow for me to leave my 3 children with my husband down in Oka and just move to Lagos. It is better for my husband to come and live in Lagos. When his hands become strong, then we will also move to Lagos. Adugo told her that, I will prefer you come, Adobe, my dearest friend, as you can stay in my house with me, and I'll be sure to direct you to the right companies that will give you work. But Adobe still insisted. The man is the head of the family. It is the duty of the man to provide. So please, I'll prefer my husband to be the one to first get a job. When he gets a job and I move to Lagos with my family, I will also try and get a job. So Adugo accepted. During one of her leaves from work, she traveled down to Oka where she met her friend. They gisted. She bought them lots of provision, lots of foodstuffs, and she carried her husband, Obinna, to Lagos. When Obinna got to Lagos with Adugo, Obinna was to spend 3 months in Adugo's apartment. Since it was a 2-bedroom flat, Obinna was staying in the other room. As time went on, Obinna and Adugo became close. From sitting down to watch movie, all of a sudden they started talking about their love lives and everything. But on the other hand, they always sent money to Adobe, sending her lots of money, telling her that it is time for her to establish the children, change their school, get new clothes for herself, and if possible, she should open a big shop for herself. Adobe, who wasn't comfortable with it, telling herself that this wasn't the plan. The plan was for Obinna to get a job in Lagos so that we can move to Lagos. Obinna kept on telling Adobe that, you know that I am still just 6 months in Lagos and I am sending you all my salary so that you can be comfortable. I don't want you to come to Lagos and everything will become tight for us. For now, I haven't even moved out of Adugo's house. But after 1 year of being in Lagos, I'm going to have a lot of savings. I'm going to move out from Adugo's house and you can come and join us. So Adobe accepted. Adobe started investing the money that was being sent to her. She opened a very big boutique. She changed her children's school from the community children's school they were going to standard schools in Oka. Adobe was happy. She kept on praying and believing in God for her husband to get a very good job so that she and her kids could go and join him in Lagos. But something she never knew was that Obinna was already falling in love with her friend Adugo, as Adugo was the CEO of her father's company. Obinna was ready to do whatsoever to win Adugo. Obinna was at Adugo's beck and call, doing everything to make Adugo happy. Adugo, on the other hand, who was also lost in Obinna's affection, started mingling with him. She forgot totally about her friend, forgot the fact that Obinna is her friend's husband. And that was how Adugo and Obinna started dating, leaving Adobe in the village with no information. Lagos is a big city. Where was Adobe going to start from if she decides to travel to Lagos to look for her husband? There was no way out. So Adobe stayed in the village and hoped that after 1 year, her husband was going to come and carry them to Lagos. Adobe's boutique started blooming. She was selling different clothes as people who knew her when she was hawking akara were so happy for her and also patronized her. Adugo and Obinna lived their life like couples. Obinna fully stayed in Adugo's house. They went to work together, came back, ate dinner, and even laid on the same bed, living like as if they were married. Soon, Obinna told Adugo, "You know, I did not get married to your friend in a church. I only got married to her in a traditional way, and it was not even properly registered. I can obviously get married to you, and you know I love you so much." Adugo accepted. She was already in love with Obinna. She couldn't change anything about it. She was happy. Obinna was making her happy. Obinna gave her everything she ever desired in a man. She derived satisfaction from Obinna. Obinna was satisfying her very well on bed. Obinna was also romantic. Obinna could send lovely text messages that could make her jiggle. So she accepted. And that was how Obinna and Adugo got married in a court, and it was signed and sealed. But one thing Obinna never knew was that he could not inherit anything that belongs to Adugo. After 6 months of marriage, Adugo took in and gave birth to a child. When she posted the picture on the internet, her friend Adobe saw the picture and congratulated her, telling her that, my dearest sister, you did not even invite me for your wedding. Did I offend you in any way? Adugo, who tried to hide everything by saying, "No, it's not like that. It's just that I did the wedding in a hurry and was why. But don't worry, when you get to visit Lagos, we are still going to catch up and you're going to get to know about my kid." Adobe waited and waited for her husband. 2 years after, Obinna has not sent information or money for her to come to Lagos. Whereas Adugo has given birth to 2 kids for him, a boy and a girl. Soon, Adobe summoned the courage to move. She was so angry. What is going on? Is my husband cheating on me? Has my husband remarried? Have Lagos girls turned his eyes away from me? She packed her things, took her kids to her parents' house, packed her things and traveled to Lagos. She toured around the city of Lagos looking for him as she had little information about him. Soon as she remembered that her friend Adugo would be a sure link to her husband. So she decided to look for Adugo instead. She located Adugo's father's company. That very morning, as she was about to enter Adugo's father's company, she saw Adugo with a ring on her hand, coming down from a black car and smiling sheepishly. To her greatest surprise, Obinna was the driver in the car. While she stood looking at both of them, Obinna came down, hugged her, and gave her a kiss and told her, "Bye, love." She was confused. She stood there crying. So she walked up to Adugo immediately. "Adugo, sister." Adugo looked at her in shock. Adugo was terrified. She couldn't believe her eyes. She tried to maintain and she asked her, Adobe, how are you? How come you're in Lagos? What are you doing in Lagos? Adobe looked at her and told her, You asked me never to come to Lagos because you were married to my husband. Adugo. Adugo, don't tell me that you're married to Obinna because I saw you with my eyes kissing him. Adobe was so angry. She couldn't believe. Adugo, who looked at Adobe and told her, Well, since you know already, there is nothing I can do about it. I'm not the one to be blamed. Your husband, Obinna, is to be blamed. Whereas he's now my husband, so he can't be your husband. As he told me that he wasn't legally married to you, that it was just a small something that was done on your head. Adobe was dumbfounded. Adugo, are you the one telling me this? Are you happy that you're stealing my husband? Don't you understand that he's a father? He has 3 children who needs him, who have been longing to see him. Adugo looked at her and said, Whereas he also have 2 kids with me. So what is the big deal there? I did not steal your man. He came for me, or probably my money, I don't know, but he was the one that started this whole thing and told me that he even liked you, that he only married you out of self-pity. I'm not to be blamed here. Whenever you see him, you go and question him. Adugo, who shushed Adobe and entered into her company, ordering the security not to allow her enter into the company. Adobe stood at the door front, weeping and crying, as she didn't have time to catch up with the car that Obinna was driving, so she doesn't know where Obinna was headed to. So she decided to wait at the company's door front for when Adugo was going home, so as to follow them home. A car came to pick Adugo, and Adobe entered the taxi and ordered the taxi to follow them immediately. She followed Adugo to her house. When she got to the house, to her greatest surprise, Obinna, her husband, who has never lifted a hand to help make a meal while they were in Oka, was the one who made the dinner. The moment Adugo entered, she pressed the doorbell and Obinna was the one who came to open the door. He was shocked to see his wife in front of their house. She entered the house and she was angry. She rained insults on her friend Adugo, calling her a husband snatcher. Whereas for Obinna, she pleaded with him, Please, my husband, is there anything I have done wrong? How can you leave us in Oka, lying to me that you're going to come back to pick us up, and you just dumped us there, no words from you? My husband, please, leave all this money. We don't even need the money again. I can return all the money Adugo has sent to me. Just come back so that we can be one happy family. Obinna looked at her and told her, Sorry, I can't return to you. I am more comfortable here. Adobe was heartbroken. She couldn't believe her eyes. So this was what was going on all along, and I have been lied to. I was told to wait for 1 year, and 1 year turned to 2 years, and 2 years turned to 3 years. This is so painful. She looked at her husband and pleaded with him, Please, come back home. Your children need you. But Obinna refused. He told her, I'm not coming back home. Nothing is making me go back to Oka. I am now married to Adugo, and that is final. So Adobe packed her things, entered a vehicle that night, and journeyed back to Oka. When she got to Oka, she was heartbroken. She cried for 1 week. Her parents, who kept on asking her, What happened? Did anything happen in Lagos? How come you've been crying since you returned in Lagos? Is your husband dead? Did they give you any bad news? What is going on? Adobe couldn't tell her family that her husband, Obinna, had already gotten married to her friend, Adugo. She just kept quiet. Soon, Obinna, who was married to Adugo on a purpose to rob her of her wealth. But he never knew that Adugo's father suspected that that was why he was getting married to their daughter. He made sure that he was not a next to kin of any of her property. Obinna tried stealing money from Adugo, always bringing up business ideas. Oh, babe, let's invest in this business. And when we do it, we're going to achieve like 70%. But when Adugo presents the business to her father will deny it. Her father will cancel it, telling her that is a fraud. You can't do it. So when she goes back home, she tells her husband Obinna, oh, we can't do it. Our company can't invest in this. Obinna became frustrated. He was so angry. Everything I've done, how come your family is not seeing me worthy enough? I've done everything to make your family see me worthy enough. Whenever I bring a business idea, you people keep telling me it's fraud. Adugo told him, calm down. You don't expect us to invest in whatsoever business you bring. We did not just build our company on mere grass. We started it thinking properly. So please, you don't expect us to just accept any proposal you bring to us. Obinna became frustrated as the company where he was working in wasn't even paying him much, and he was even turning himself to a servant for Adugo, all to be able to rob her of some wealth, but that wasn't possible. Soon, Obinna got tired of the whole relationship and he started misbehaving, sleeping with various girls in Lagos City. Adugo's friends always told her, oh, I saw your husband in La Costa Hotel. Oh, I saw your husband in Emerald Hotel. Adugo was very angry. She became irritated. Whenever she saw him, she became offended. Her father, who also advised her to divorce him, telling her that he only came for your wealth and that is why he is now tired since you couldn't sign any of his proposal. Adugo didn't want to divorce Obinna. She was really in love with him. She felt that giving him a second chance will help him be better. But that wasn't Obinna's case. Obinna, who saw that she was wealthy, really wanted a big chunk of her money. Soon, Obinna planned an accident for her, hoping that if something should happen to her, her family is going to release a huge amount of money for him and the kids. Adugo had an accident, but nothing happened to her. She only hit her forehead and was bleeding, but she sustained it. But later, it was detected that Obinna was the cause of the accident. Adugo's father, who dragged Obinna out of Adugo's house, told Obinna never to come to his daughter's house again. So Obinna had nowhere to go to. Obinna, who thought that going back to Oka was going to make Adobe happy, he went back to Adobe in Oka, and Adobe also rejected him, telling him to go back to his wife, who he left in Lagos. But as for everything she knows, her bride price has been returned back to his family, so she is no longer his wife. Obinna, who lost on both sides, he felt that getting married to Adugo was going to make him richer.
Thank you for watching this story. I hope you enjoy it. Do give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell button so you get notified every time we post new videos. Thank you.